FaZe Clan are your champions.
Overtime!
The Empire strikes back.
On dit qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
It is Grand Finals Day here at the Blast Studio in Malta, where we have 4 teams in total take the stage to fight it out for 2 titles. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me in this wonderful studio, we have Alfama and Fresh, and there's so much Siege action today. Are we excited?
Super excited because we see also 2 new teams, and I always like to see, I love to see new talent coming up, especially from our region. So it's gonna be a great day.
Can I let you in on a secret? You two and everyone at home?
Yeah, because Secret is not here anymore.
I'm maybe more excited for the Tier 2 finals than I am the Grand Final, because these 2 teams are going to be going at it.
They will be, yeah. There's a lot on the line for them, I feel like, you know, whereas our Tier 1 teams are already all qualified to a side, I feel like with the Tier 2, maybe there's more pressure on their shoulders for these players. We'll have a look about that, and we'll talk about it later as well. But first, we need to review the bracket of the Tier 1 finals, as we're talking about, right? Our EML Finals, 6 teams we started with last week. We said goodbye to 3 before we went our way to Malta. Now we only have 2 left because we said goodbye to Secret yesterday. Our Grand Final, it'll be a rematch of the upper bracket final, but the 2 big dogs of the EML region, Falcons and G2.
Yeah, I think so. Leo likes to talk about hierarchy because of the French team in his mind are at the top of the hierarchy. That is, of course, Falcons. I think, you know, it's Falcons, G2 are the challengers alongside Team Secret, but Secret looks very, very much off the pace yesterday. They unfortunately lost 0-2 to G2, didn't pick the right map, in my opinion, at all. But I think it's worth saying, the 3 teams we had out here in Malta are clearly the best 3 teams inside of Europe right now.
But clearly Secret appears to be the 3rd one, and that's the big story for these guys. They've lost to Falcons, they've lost to G2, and that's not good by any means for a team that won EWC. They wanted more out of this, and this will be another wake-up call after Munich, going into SI.
This is our schedule for today. As you can see, we were talking about this rematch. It was a close game yesterday, though, with that first map really looking like it was going to go the other way. And in the second game, of course, and unfortunately, Secret falling short there against G2. And we're looking at schedule for today. As we set the EML Tier 2 final first, and then we'll have our Grand Final for the EML region later on after that. And the good thing is, we got to speak to all the players as well as they were coming in. As you mentioned, we see new teams here on the stage here. So we got to sit down with them and talk to them about the preparation for this event. Just wanted to know, how's the team feeling today?
Team's feeling good. We had a good rest, good night's sleep. Learned some things from yesterday, so gonna get revenge on Falcons, finally.
Okay, cool. I want to talk about that a little bit. You talked about it in the interview yesterday, after the game immediately. We weren't there mentally. What did you guys discuss yesterday to be ready for today?
We didn't really discuss anything, to be honest. We literally just went home and we got the rest that we needed because it was a really long day for us. So yeah, I think me and Alamo went to bed at like 7 p.m. or something. We woke up at like 10, so like we slept for so long.
Good, relax. I think we have a good night of sleep, everyone, and we're ready to take a rematch again against G2.
Yeah, it's a rematch, like you say. You beat them yesterday. How are you going to make sure to beat them again today?
I mean, it will be really simple. We are just going to do the same thing. And I think G2 didn't have time to prepare the match that well. So yeah, we'll do the same thing, and I hope it will work.
What was the preparation like going into this event?
I think it's more of like vibes. Like obviously we came from Toronto just a few weeks ago, so we're just purely here for vibes. Obviously practicing past week and obviously trying to win it all. But like we're a good group of friends, so we're just aiming for the vibes. That's the goal.
You played this team in Toronto. Now you're playing them again in Malta. It didn't really go you guys' way the last time. How are you going to make sure it's different this time around?
I mean, in Toronto, we had some problems the morning of the game, right? Some internal issues with the team that have now been solved. To be honest, we lost, but I would go against the fact that it didn't go our way. We beat them on their map pick, essentially. It was 6-3.
Rematches are on the schedule for today, as we heard from the players as well with their preparation. There's so much they had to say about how they're feeling for this event, even what this means for them, right? We talk about the chance of making it to NSI, something that our two-tier EU teams already qualified for. That's a big thing still to keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a lot of things at stake, especially for them. If you look at the stage, if you look at experience, if you look at the spotlights for these guys also, they're playing for a lot of things. And even though they don't have a salary, they're also here playing for a cash prize, and that means a lot as well.
Yeah. Whoever wins this leapfrogs a lot, even EML teams. They leapfrog Fnatic and the Wilds and the Wolves of this world into that close qualifier in terms of Six Invitational. It puts them at a great advantage. And, you know, that's even more relevant experience against the top teams when we get there in January.
Yeah, before we deep dive into that Tier 2 final, as we see our teams getting ready behind us, I want to take a quick preview of the Grand Final that's happening later today. As we said, G2 going up against Falcons. It is a rematch. It is teams that play against each other so often, but in the recent history, though, when we look at Falcons, it seems like they've been doing a better job at this game than G2 been able to do that.
Yeah, Falcons have dominated the G2, and I think for G2, it's really the time for them to try to break that ceiling. I don't think I've seen this team win anything since stage 1 of EML, actually. You know, they went in the Grand Finals of EWC, they lost that, and afterwards they had a tricky stage 2, and although it was a good dominating one, it was not as dominating as stage 1, and Munich was an early exit. So I think this kind of reassurance right now, Jack, they want to prove to themselves they can beat some of the best international teams, and what a better way to do this than to go on stage and beat the one team that was in the last major Grand Final.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what you want to do. You know, you keep talking about the hierarchy. You want to be at the top of it. There is, you know, the pride, the ego. You know, all of our players play with ego. They clearly do, and they want to be the best inside of Europe. So yes, there's things already qualified for. There's effectively only seeding and prize money on the line. The biggest thing for me is ego. You know, G2 are going to want that revenge.
They do, especially since they won that first stage as the championship. And then for Falcons, they actually won that second stage, right? So looking into that, they're technically hoping they could carry on that title going in here today.
Yeah, and I think for Falcons, it's very much the same. They want to continue, and they want to continue their dominance inside of Europe. They know that their big goal, realistically, is going to be the Six Invitational over in Paris, but they're going to want to continue that and also just prove themselves, get right back on the horse after another disappointing loss over there in Munich.
Yeah, they do want to win a Grand Final. Like you said, all set on a prize of SI. I think for Falcons, really, right now, the most important preparation for it is winning here on this stage.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
It is time for our Tier 2 final, and just for that occasion, we thought it would be a great idea to invite a special guest with us here on the stage. We're joined by Tom. You've worked a lot of these Tier 2 events, Tier 2 events. You know these teams through and through.
Well, yeah, we know both the teams very well. I would argue they are the two strongest teams representing T2. They've got all the way to the final. They've obviously just come over from Toronto as well with Sports Contender Series, in which we did see them go head-to-head as well. You spoke about it earlier with Flexi. I think what I love about these T2 teams is it's people looking for redemption who have previously played at a higher level, or it's your up-and-comers trying to come up and break through to that T1 scene. So I think you said it as well, Fresh. I'm almost more excited for the T2 final than Falcons versus
That's
G2.
the only reason you're here, right, Tom?
Yeah, I just love T2. What can I say?
You went to say G2.
Yeah, I did it. You've almost going to help me there as well.
It happens, but I'm so glad that we have you here, especially for your expertise on these teams. As you said, you know them through and through. We'll start talking about Pondewone first. Our Finnish team, it's a big thing for them. We talked to the players about it as well. The Finnish representation in this game is a big thing for them. And then talk about the players players on that roster. I feel like we've seen these names through the tier 2 scene for such a long time already.
Yeah, I think that's the nice thing about Panahone is it's sort of a friendship team. And sometimes you maybe hear in T2 Siege sort of like, if you just go with a friendship stack, it's not going to take you to that next level. You need to bring in who you need to bring in. But with Panahone, they've made it work. And they don't necessarily have the most highlight flashy players, but it's sort of that teamwork and the vibe that they have within that side. We saw Lambe speaking about it earlier. He was, what was it? Just, I'm here for the vibes, here for the vibes, here for the vibes. And I think that's the key to Panahone's success. And I want to see how far they can go as well. Because although they are all Finnish, I don't think they're finished yet.
Oh, I see. It's also nice, to be fair, to see a full Finnish roster competing inside of Tier 2 as well, right? You know, we've seen a lot of these players, you know, Rastin, Lambe, Hauva particularly, go off and play in English mixed-speaking teams. You know, Hauva was on, was it ITB Academy, for example?
Yep.
So some of these players now coming together as a Finnish team to play inside of Tier 2 and find that success is what we've been missing, because we've seen a lot of Finnish players across even Tier 1. You know, think of your Kantos, your Slebens, your Shates, all those players. We've had a lot of Finnish talent, but never a Finnish team for, you know, a very long time.
And I just think they represent so much hope, because it means that you can take your friend stack, and if you just after work, after school, go and scream 5 times, 6 times a week, you know, you put in the work, they grind through. It can pay off. My only question is, can it pay off all the way to here, or is there a ceiling to the friendship? Is there enough skill in that team to be able to break away and make it to Tier 1 maybe? Or is it gonna take them so far?
These guys have played so much as well. They've played so many competitions. You look through their matches played. They've played like 100 official matches this year. It's like, it's absolutely crazy the match practice they've had.
Yeah, that's crazy. Even technically, since they've only been together since July, so it's a lot of matches for this roster, but they have to go up against a team. When we look at that players on the side of Project Zero, you know, anyone who's watched any kind of Tier 1 competition over the course of the last few years might have seen these names about. We're talking about competitions, major even as well, but even for the players in Tier 2 that have been on this roster, there's so much experience on this team.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Project Zero saw that highlight reel sort of T2 roster where all these players have had sort of their opportunity in the past. They step up and they get those big clutch moments as well. I mean, I think that's what I love so much about T2 is you've got these players who have played at a higher level before, but now this is them trying to get back to that level. And I think that's what makes this Project Zero side so exciting. They do rely, it's a little bit like a T2 G2 really.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
T2 G2, okay.
Yeah.
So you're spotting them as well, Tom, I see. Yeah, I mean, obviously Grubby's on this roster. I think he's probably the most notable name in terms of Tier 1 experience, obviously having been out at Six Invitational most recently with Team Secret and also played on Fnatic. But you've also got UPaw, you've got Quick, Skeptic, all those guys, they've all played inside of Tier 1. There's a lot of relevant experience inside of Tier 1. You know, even a couple of these guys moved continents to play Tier 1 Siege, right? So they've been there, they've kind of done it. They are the ones, as you say, Tom, that are looking for redemption. And also Flexi on this roster. You know, Flexi was a player that I worked with back in 2021. I want to say, when he was on Delta Project with Fabian and, you know, those guys. June was playing on that team at the same time. But he took a big break and he's now looking for his redemption inside of Tier 1 as well.
Yeah, if you think of Panahone, you think of a team that's like cohesion-based, team play-based, a bunch of friends. If you look at this roster, at Project Zero, you look at teams, a bunch of misfits, kind of. Some of them that have Tier 1 experience but didn't really go for the full adventure. Maybe they didn't have the project that suited them. They did still show sparks of genius, every single player on that roster. And I think they're looking here at the spotlights. They want a spotlight on their name. They want to show that they have it in them. And they want to show that they can compete at the Tier 1 level. And it starts by here winning the Tier 2 finals here in Europe.
Yeah, what a great better spotlight you can get on your face, and playing on a main stage here at the Tier 2 finals. We'll have some stats as well on these two teams to give you kind of an idea of what they've been showing us before. And this is from their last match that they played inside the Tier 2 circuit, not against each other, but both against Good Intentions. So it gives you a bit of a benchmark, I guess, in regards to these two teams. And the stats are leaning both ways, I guess we can say.
I guess, yeah, last match against Good Intentions, both of them won, and this is why you see really positive stats. One interesting story is Panahone, for example. They faced Good Intentions early on in the bracket of the finals, and they lost to them actually 0-0-2, and they found them in the final of the lower bracket, and they beat them 7-0, 7-2, 14-2 in total. Just goes to show that the Finns, they know how to go and work and counter-strike and prepare a proper match, and I think that's a good sign going into this final against Project Zero.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You've hit the nail on the head there. With this Finnish side, they put the work in. They put the work in, and you really see it come to fruition when they've done that complete lower bracket run. And I think if I had to pick a team, I don't know who I would pick. I also know they can maybe hear me, so I don't want to say it, because I've been watching them all season, play all season. But there's something about the Panahone roster which you can see the work going on behind the scenes. You can see how much they care, how much passion they have for the game. And I think that's exactly what you need when you're trying to make it through. Well, you mentioned it earlier, Anne. The winner of this does get that spot in the SI LCQ, and you don't have to go through all the open qualifiers, battling off, well, the likes of Fnatic, who are definitely going to be down in there. But yeah, so it's a sort of a straight shot to maybe make it to an international event.
Yeah, that's a big thing for them. And speaking to Flexi, you mentioned that as well, right? With the open qualifiers, it could really go anybody's way, so you don't want to end up there. There's a lot of the line for these two teams, and as we mentioned, a best of 3 between them to fight it out here. We're looking at the map feed today. We're going to go to Border first.
Yeah, so we were speaking to the Project Zero guys, and they gave us some inside insight. The last 2 weeks of scrims, they've got an attack win rate of 15%.
What?
So they're not attacking very well, but they are a team that's full of absolute talent. They've got talent on their side. They've got a lot of players that's played inside the Tier 1. So what do you do when you're struggling to attack and you've got a lot of talent? You go to Border, which is a map that's very individualistic, that's very, very gunfight heavy. So that makes a ton of sense to me.
Yeah, they pick the smallest map, and it's going to be frag heavy, and they're supposed to have the best skill set when it comes to gunplay. When we go onto Night Heaven Labs, Panuhuone, they pick a map that is extremely methodical and traditional, step by step. That's going to highlight the team play and cohesion in that roster. I think we could almost have predicted the maps that they would have picked in terms of play style. And then if we move on to the last one, Consulate, a map that they have absolutely loved. I mean, you probably saw them play, Tom. I think we've seen some amazing results from these teams. They've dominated.
We pulled the stats actually for Consulate. Both of these teams across this year have played Consulate. I think Panahone was 24 times, they've won it 20. For Project Zero, it's 27 times, they've won it 22. So both of these teams absolutely love that map.
Well, hopefully we will get to see a map 3, because like you said, they're both so brilliant on that map. And I think it's, you also mentioned it as well, Leo, about how the sort of, it fits the teams perfectly, the maps we've selected there. The chaos and gunfight and hero play heavier Border, or the methodical standard approach of Night Haven Labs, and then we just get a map both teams love, which is going to be fantastic if we get all the way to that ad.
I do hope so, because I feel like it's a great battleground for these two teams here in the Tier 2 final. The first map is ready, so we'll take it to our casters, Fluke and Demo.
Yes, we will take it to our casters, Fluke and Demo. We are here in the walls, in the building, in the world of T2, baby. This is the ground that you and I first cut our teeth on, what, 9 years, 8 years ago? However long. Demo, it's been our journey in this game, and this is where we get to return. Are you ready?
I thought I was out of here. They've dragged me back in for another T2 step. What's going on? Oh.
You can't take us out of it. You can't take us out of it.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
you know, I'm gonna give one quick history lesson, and then you're gonna follow up with a better in-depth one about these two teams. But the fact that the core and the long history core of the EML team, we all started in Tier 3, Tier 2. We were the Challenger League casters back when that existed a long, long time ago. All of us have always had such a strong, strong relationship with this Tier of Siege, because it was our origin story too. It was how we all came up together. Tim, Dez, Parker, and Terror. He was doing, you know, the sort of CCS tournaments back in the day. That's a history lesson, guys. Get on Wikipedia, go to 2017, 2018. You'll learn something. Okay, enough about us though. How about we talk about these teams? Demo, you want to set a bit of a stage here for these two?
I'll make it, you know, pretty straightforward. It's teams that we've seen throughout the course of the year. I think straight away for Project Zero, the name that is going to attract everyone there is going to be the Grubster. It's going to be Grubby. Yeah, everyone knows about him. Had a very long time at Team Secret. Went to SIs. Went to different tournaments. Again, that ran its stint, as what many things do, and he needed to try and work his way back into the scene somehow. And it is, you know, kind of through this avenue of coming in with a Tier 2 team, and the players, again, that he's been able to get around him. It's same again. It's players that we know. You think about Upor, used to also play for Team Secret as he was the substitute back then. I think he ended up playing like every game, so it's really a substitute if he's playing every game. I don't know. And you've got people there like Scappy Snake. That's a guy who's been, I remember in CL, must have been Black Mambas in must have been maybe the COVID season, I think, in 2020. I think that's where he was. Remember him, Joshua Glitch. Jack's already alluded to Flexi, Delta Project. Yeah, again, another up-and-coming team at the time that we know. We obviously have seen Geom come from that roster, for example. Yeah, you know, I think that the Project Zero team is going to have a lot more experience against the Finns, but that does not take away from the Finns. I think a lot of the players of Panahone, they're relatively new whenever you think about the age of this game. Yeah, it's not as though they've been here since 2017, 2018, 2019. I think a lot of those guys were, you know, fairly recent. Whenever we kind of seen them break onto the scene, you're probably looking at, you know, 23, 24. The one player I do remember all the way back in the NPL days with Team Ambush, and that was Raston. So straight away, that's a bit of experience coming in from a long time ago. Also, their coach, Rousty, who I don't believe is on the stage with them, but I'm sure he's somewhere in the background. He's another person where he has been around for a very, very long time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have worked a broadcast with Rousty, I'm pretty sure. Way back when. In the Tier 2 days, in the Memorial times. It's... yeah, but couldn't attend because of work. So so the sub is coaching them. The sub is the one behind, but yeah, as you're right, you know, it's threaded all the way back. Sorry, there's my Rousty fun fact. You take it back up. I just had to pop in there.
No, I mean I'm mostly done with my point. You know, more or less. Like I said, I think Project Zero has the more experienced players, but Panahone have been the better team. They beat them at the Spoit tournament.
The Spoit Invitational?
Yep.
Great show. Great tournament. We're in a little bit of a tech pause right now, if you haven't noticed. We'll be back in as soon as we go. So obviously this is the first best of 3 of the day. And then later on, we have the tier 1, as I put on Twitter. It's a tier cake today. And this is almost the... I'm not even going to say that. I've got to say it. I thought it. This is the Malta teaser for the full bite of chocolate later on today.
Get out.
Thank you.
Can I have Tom? I mean, the desk got Tom. Can I have Tom now?
Yeah, flying
Get
back.
rid of you.
Flying back over. Come on. How long's the flight to Malta? Not entirely sure why they were typing SSG in.
Oh, it's a thing. It's a weird thing. It's like with GK in tier 2. You don't see GK do like the 5 thing. It's, I don't know. T2 do some weird stuff. These weird little traditions.
Right. Well, let's see if they're things that work. I guess starting on a map that SSG do like. Is that something? Is that a tether to pull at? I don't know. I'm just doing my best.
We're sorry. We're not obligated to require the NA. Nor I think are we qualified to.
Well, I think. Oh no, they're currently. I was going to make a joke about them being worse than EML, but they are currently technical major reigning champions NA, so I can't. Right, what Parker said it during a Munich major cast. Actually, he was like, "NA is just a tier below," and then they go and win it. And I think Spite is a powerful motivator.
Yeah, Parker hates his own region.
Guys, Parker hates a lot of things. What do you think about these bans?
Look, again, Porter. We've been over this many times to this map. You don't need your traditional hard breachers. It's all about the fast and the furious. And yeah, look at Panahone. Take away the Ying. Great ban. Ying, we know, can cause a lot of disruption, especially in and around this top floor. Project Zero. Yep, Mira Azami, those kind of layered operators where you'll want to try and hunker down and create those little bit of safety nets for your team.
Oh, they're not
trying to just go. Wait, it's a bait archives. They're rushing in for the army, but trying to plant archives at the same time.
Yep, they're just trying to send it, but there's 2 kills that come out in towards their favor. They've absolutely played a bit of a blinder here with 2 shields and the run and the roll of it. There's still some damage done either way, though, and now it's a 2 versus 2, but oh, there's 2 shields. That makes things a bit stickier. Skeptic's going to see if he can try and get the kit confirmed in the meantime. He's just out of the range of the smoke. There's the drift on by. The blind is too far away. There's the Janker. Can't quite get the connection. And a shotgun is hoping and praying, but unfortunately, all they met is a wall of metal and a bit of a dance.
A shimmy. Shimmy from Flexi. Yeah, this is what Border's all about. It's these little bits of opportunity spotting. And I mean, I think that's a pretty risky thing of what they've went for. I get the vision, and the idea is you're dumping in a lot of utility to bait one side, to then create an opening for someone else on the other side of the map. And the idea was drag all of the attention away from Armory and just have the Monty walk in for the archives. However, the Monty was found out and was very close to actually be, taken out. Thankfully, the players in the Armory side were able to pick up their kills. They created nice space. They got rid of the players in the bomb site, which allowed the Monty then to walk through and get over to them. But yeah, risky enough for Project Zero. Really getting around like that, if your Monty dies and the diffuser's cold, that could really put a stumbling block in front of you. But hey, thankfully, it has worked out for them, and they take the first round.
Round 1.
10 seconds to go.
Well, it's one ticked on the board, and we can see, obviously, as you said, they went for the bait and play. They tried to run themselves in with a lot of pace. They played what is ostensibly a pocket pick, and they've entirely opted for something, I would say, a little bit more traditional. Obviously, you've got the ace to get yourself the breach in, get your way scattered and set up across the control of the space with what is aggression, and that's border. It's all screaming to me, let's try and hunt the players above. And we'll see if they get themselves stuck in. As you said, at the start of this, there's a lot of experience on this Project Zero roster. And they're going to try and put that into that international stage. The C4 slides on by, and so does Quick. Gets the head of Lambate, knocks them off. The Mozzie gone. And no more pests to be pestered by. The chance at the swing now. Here over break as Nikki does take the head off of Quick. And it's back and forth. Bloody on break.
Yep, no surprise. See the early trades come in on a border. I always think for this kind of map, getting into the building sometimes pretty difficult, I think, for the attackers, and certainly it's kind of east stairs location is what we look at for the attackers trying to get their way in. Look at that from Grubby. Just swings. I mean, we should get used to this. I mean, you're going to see these reckless engagements happen in a matchup, which, again, it's tier 2. It's going to be a little bit diamond in the rough, isn't it?
Honestly, I'm really enjoying the pace is so hard. They're just throwing themselves in. They've got none of that sort of scared sensibility, and there it is. A response from the Finns. Panahone. Which it translates to boiler room. Did you know?
Well, do now.
Well, there you go. Also, I can hear a very slight echo of us in this moment. Hello. See?
Cast yourself.
They get themselves their response. And as you were sort of saying, it was so beautifully aggressive. Like every single time, every time there's an opportunity for an engagement, they'll get themselves in, they'll get themselves sort of face it. The fact that, you're getting Deimos tracks at the same time as the sort of calls and the pressure from the Lion. And then what you're looking at is, yeah, I'm still going to try and push up into break and shoot out their utility. Of course I am. I'm still going to try and take these angles and engagements. And at the same time, against a lot of other people, that probably would have worked great. But Groovy's doing the same thing where he's like, oh, I found this utility, but of course I'm going to just enter into CC and swing this area. Like it's that need to put action on top of an action, regardless of what else is going on.
I sometimes think about, tier 1, and I think that, professional teams, they play with a speed limit. T2 don't have that. T2 break the speed of sound sometimes, the way that they go through things. The fact that we had seen it flip-flop from, Project Zero having the man advantage to then all of a sudden in 5 seconds, they've lost a round. That's the thing about tier 2, I feel. It's so difficult to really tell where the rounds are going to go, which, as you can imagine, makes my job pretty difficult.
Well, sometimes you just have to make stuff up.
What do you think I do?
Oh, that's true, actually. That's my whole job. They're going to see if they can, once again, just drive the shield across. I mean, the pick of the attackers seems entirely different every single time. It's such a different vibe on all the approaches. We said the double shield in towards what was a full area control and full sort of track down in towards this. They're really just keeping the defenders guessing, and they're keeping things at the sort of tip of what's going to happen next. Who's going to know? Nobody's really able to build the groundswell, swing the Maverick lines on towards the office wall, getting themselves the route in. But there it is, as I said, Groovy is just hopping in. They don't need to wait for what else is going to happen because, well, why not pick the fight? Look, I've forced Fountain. I've got this control. I've forced them back onto the site. You can see the Twitch is underneath, trying to probably get the rotate round. As the Clash steps back in, there's at least something solid, and they just pull back. It's all aggressive probing to find out if there's possibility. Who needs drones when you are the drone?
Torch is hot.
Yeah, I think the main issue is going to be that Clash, isn't it? That's what they need to try and get through, and they really only have just the one nade, and quick, no, gets taken out by the Maverick calls, and because of that, you've lost the Maverick, you lost the only kind of way you're going to get into a reinforced wall. They have to now walk through doorways, and Flexy's able to get one, but still, I just think the breach is going to be such a mess for them.
It's still all just scrappy fighting over a couple of Maverick angles right now. He's just blinded his own teammate. The Clash is causing the problems here. It's a 4 versus 3. They've lost the Twitch, who is the only bit of width on this approach currently because he tried to get on towards the archive store itself. Instead now, Lambe's going around on the rotate round the back. Should get a cheeky double backstab. Nope, they knew.
Swapping mag.
And now it's a 2 versus 3. Somehow they've got the Clash as well out of the mix of it. Groovy is going to chug his way in towards the site. He's still being zapped, obviously, by the shield itself, but the player tucks around behind those Maverick holes, behind the possibility of a rotation that seems to be what Groovy's done, get towards the door. Now they can't cross. They have the pressure from the Maverick angle. They have the pressure, obviously, from the fountain door itself, so they can plant safely in this position. Oh! Until they get their head taken off. Upor gets the swing round, but the kid is down, and there's the pickup! They stand strong on a defense, but again, fight, brawl, 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 baby.
Oh, it's not the cleanest of Siege. But again, just so back and forth. You just don't know where it's going to go. You really don't. And you kind of fought at the position where you lose the Maverick. You lose the way of actually creating an opening into that breach. And then they battle back. They're able to get the kills in on their side for Project Zero. They get in a position where they can go for the plant. And then again, it just gets taken away from them. So, I mean, it's so difficult to know where it's going to go, and especially on a map like Border, which is just so sporadic in terms of the kind of positions you can take up, and you know, if you rotate into the right room at the right time, you'll find 2 kills easily, because it's a very claustrophobic map. You know, it's pretty small. A lot of the time, it will be, you know, players and shoulder, so yeah, always going to be opportunities, and yeah, Anahone found another one. 2-1 they sit.
It's still, like, I guess I'm in this sort of situation here, Demo. Should Project Zero be slowing things down a little?
10 seconds left. Bomb located by attackers.
You can think about that question if you like.
I think on a map like Border, can you afford to slow it down?
I get it, and it's why I'm posing it as a question more than sort of making a statement. But just thinking about their approaches there over, especially that round, but what they did was they drove themselves in towards office, right? We saw a little bit of a rotate that went underneath from the Twitch solo. They used the blitz to face check angles and try and get kills through Maverick holes. Oops. And then from that point onwards, you know, they just kept on trying to run into the problems to fix them, right? They just kept on trying to make that sort of play round work. They don't get the confirm on the kill. They get the Nomad picked up. Thank you for the PIP. I don't know. I'm wondering if, you know, although the aggression, although the pace is great, and there's another sort of entry to take away from it, just being able to piece things out a little bit more and pull things together, maybe take things section by section, just get a bit of caution. Here they are already just driving towards the site and caught off again because they don't have these angles, right? They're just trusting. Oh. They're trusting a straight line. They're blinkering themselves like a horse loose in a building.
It's too late. It's too late, Upor. That kill needed to come in so much sooner to avoid losing 2 players, one of them being the Monty. I mean, the idea was actually something I believe that Wolves did during the stage, where they forced the shield, smoking off blue, running into the site and getting a plant down. And again, the same thing was kind of attempted there, but whenever you're not even taking simple rooms like, hey, your vents in your workshop, that's going to happen.
That's it, right? That's the sort of point that I was trying to make, is they're so sort of A-lined on this is where we're going and this is what we're doing, that it feels like Panahone, a team that knows them very well, is able to exploit these angles, still have the vertical. There's the trade. Again, a few steps too late, but they at least still get it and keep things level. And now, yeah, they've got massively impressive gun skill. Whether it's becoming a little bit too much of a reliance, it's hard to say. They're putting pressure. It's 2 1 versus 1s that are about to sort of pop vertically. There is some support that's coming through against the castle, but oh, they did not know about Lambe above. So now Groovy is stuck. He knows somebody is on the vertical angles above him. He gets... Whoa, I don't know how he's done that. A little bit of magic in 20 seconds. Now you assume Vigil's going to drop the hatch and will stop the plant with the first bit of audio. Groovy isn't actually going to stop. He knows he's got the time. Tucked on the rotate, hit by the blinds. It's going to not actually fully connect. The second one won't either. As the line's up, it's... Oh! The decapitation!
That was clean. That was crisp, wasn't it? Yeah.
Beautiful.
Big old 1v1. And he dodges the flashbangs. I'm surprised the second one didn't catch him.
Yeah.
But good situal awareness, knowing that, okay, where he's planted, he's going to probably head glitch the bomb chassis, just go for the pre-fire. And yeah, Grubby's kind of walked into that trap of sitting in a fairly common position that Lambe knows about. You know, Lambe's a player for me who I'm surprised hasn't got the call up to T1. Now, yes, I know that Lambe and Quick, they played in Mexico with Revan. The team who shall not be named. Sometimes I feel like you can't mention that.
To be fair, I think this is the knock-on effect. This is my low-stakes conspiracy theory. Revan doing that is what inspired South America to send teams to other regions. They were like, we can do that.
They invaded us, let's invade them back.
Yeah. They've taken over the world, and you know, is Revan the patient zero in this example?
So yeah, certainly Lambe, I think, is a player who, I'm surprised he hasn't been thought about in T1 beforehand. I think he's a very, very good player. I remember whenever he, the first I kind of got to know him was whenever he was playing for the Orgless team, like the kind of Calories team, if anyone remembers that back in 2023. He had like Grizzly and Oscar, for example, and I think Canny was on that team too. So, you know, that's whenever I first got to see him, and he was a good player, really good player.
Now, I'm wondering if they'll try and get themselves a little bit more sort of concerned about the same angles. They're still more than happy. And again, it's the excellent gun skill from Project Zero that means that they can go for the playstyle they're going for, right? If they were, you know, 75% of the talent that they were, they wouldn't be able to take these multiple angles. They wouldn't be able to take these multiple bits of aggression, but, well, unfortunately, it doesn't always net a result. Rastin catches one. There's the trade back. There's that frame network. Groovy from deep. Gets the drop on towards the walkway. But here, can they try and just get something together? 3 players in the same place without a shield being the driving factor is maybe the first time this has happened on their approach, and it's just to clear their way across. You can see Skeptic is the back, waiting to, you know, hopefully catch people that get forced in towards AC window. There's obviously a couple either side, but this feels like what I said a couple of rounds ago, slower. It's more cautious. They're checking, double checking, supporting each other's angles, and instead of trying to take the entire map or just none of the map and drive themselves in towards the site, they're box by boxing it. They're going fraction by fraction now. There is some threat from the mute underneath the players in CC. They have a C4. They could try and operate towards those positions. Instead, actually, they've peeled themselves back towards the site itself, and well, will caution pay off? No, says the first kill. No, says the second. Oh, it's not confirmed, but it's a down, and that's going to slow them down. The C4 doesn't net a reward. It's just spraying and hoping here, and Project Zero, they're in, but they're not off to the best start, Demo.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out for them. I think with the down as well, it just means that Uport and his HP isn't going to be all too helpful. You try and look and go for the plan. I think that's the tricky thing for them. It's can they cover all of the different angles, and there it is with that low HP sledge that was bound to happen at some point. Skeptic Snake is going to make himself known. He's outside that window, and that kind of leaves them in kind of segregated position where they can't really support one another. And Grubby can't trade Skeptic and vice versa, and Skeptic he's gonna make the bold play of walking in through the main door, yellow ping onto him, and yeah, down he goes, caught in a crossfire. And like I said, Grubby not there to get the trade, able to pick up one. And then look at the trade game from Panahone. So much better than what Project Zero are currently producing.
Oh, they're finna to win it right now, aren't they?
Get out!
I'm here all evening, well, day, depending on where you are. It's just, it feels in control. It's sure brilliantly aggressive at points, right? They're losing these early engagements at some points, they're winning them in others, but the fact that the trade game, as you sort of said there from Panahone, is so well put together, they cannot get a break. Project Zero on these approaches, they can't find a route through the sort of iron walls of Finland, and it just feels very well prepared, and it feels like a team that knows who they're up against and what they're up against. And this is Project Zero's map pick as well. This is where Project Zero wanted to come. They wanted to hit it very aggressively. That one round they won feels quite a while ago, and there has been obviously 1v1 close plants. There's been these sort of neck and neck rounds and situations, but when it boils down to it, when you sort of look at the, you know, how the game is balancing, it does generically feel like they are the ones in a bit more of the driver's seat.
Yeah, game is slipping through the fingers of Project Zero. Or one. The border attack's not looking too healthy. See if they can make a dent into this round. We'll be dealing with this armory defense once more. See the east stairs hold as well is going to come in. You can see the Dachanka stationed over towards the corridor. To be used just to delay anyone trying to enter in through that east door. Get Deimos from downstairs, trying to find the angle, but thankfully on a hard flooring for the Legion. And here comes Rastin with that Molotov launcher, trying to deny access to that shield. This is good right now, I think, from Panahone, just standing strong, using the util well to delay this time.
I thought it was kind of good from both of them, right? You could see that they threw themselves in and quick drifts on by and gets the kill. Fair enough, buddy. It was a great response from Panahone, as you said, to drive the utility back in and get some support. How he's escaped that, I don't know. With everything going on, they threw it all in the kitchen sink at him, but they couldn't quite get him. But still, I think this Project Zero approach is the best they've done so far. They made sure that they were using utility and teamwork to try and clear the player out. They couldn't quite clear the position, so they opted for something else and drew the attention and then drove themselves back in, and then the follow through. But I mean, the off the piece positions and 2 quick kills that come back against them. Well, with that grenade, at least not quite getting the full catch. The Deimos track doing a lot of work here. They need to get one more kill, but here's that pressure. Finland's just striking back with so many avenues of support. They're so quick to react to the danger each other is currently under. And Lambe threads the needle and threads it right through Upor. There's Groovy getting one back. How many times has the star player been the last alive, and how many times has a round gone away from them? Where's the roof gone?
Taking it off for some fire.
T2's blowing the roof off here.
I think it might be time for me to put on my critical hat.
Oh, no.
Okay, I've tried to hold it in, but I think it has to be said. Project Zero playing like 5 individuals. And I kind of had that feeling throughout that kind of half, and I think now a 5-1, I think I'm in my right to kind of go in on it. You look at how they're kind of playing that. Yeah, it starts off well, actually pretty structured. I think they have an idea what they want to do, get themselves in towards east. They pick up that first kill. At that stage, somebody needs to take control of that round and say, guys, what do we want to do? From the position they're in, with east being taken, straight away, they should be going fountain all day long. Should be going for that archives. They decide to try and go security, buy them lonesome. You think about the kills that Panahone got. One guy outside east towards the office window by himself, dead, no trade. You then see the Deimos pushing in by himself. Again, dead, no trades. Same with the Monty, boom, dead, no trades. You know, quick as well. No trades. No trades at all coming in from Project Zero, and that is a massive, massive issue for them. They're not working together. It's like a scattered shot of a shotgun. It's landed everywhere. It's not a controlled spread. It is went everywhere. And that is the issue I'm seeing in Project Zero. There's no control after they get past that early game.
At this point, you know, how do they try and rein things back in, right? They've suffered on their attack half, on towards their map. They'll be looking towards, obviously, the growth on the alternate side. They'll be looking towards getting some defenses tied together, but with what you've just said about how things have felt distant, you do get some benefit working on your defense with that. With Border, I think the fact you can peek out, the fact you have to sort of be a bit aggressive, but it's the trade network that Panajone have put together. Has a little bit of Spanish, Panajone, that feels like it's going to be the benefit on their attack, right? The fact that they've already demonstrated that they have this great cover, they have this ability to work together as a 5. Roosty, wherever they are, working from work. He does say hi to you as well, by the way, Demo.
Thank you.
Probably watching with pride at how the team has been able to sort of get themselves this tight, decent framework. The C4 won't quite connect with the player outside. Baited a bit of utility, a minute gone. The Bs played together, and now it's going to be the first engagement. There it is. There goes Quick. There goes the push up towards Fountain. Yeah. It's pieced together all around the site itself. There's some damage underneath, but it's the quick follow through fight, and they're flawless.
Yeah.
It's just everything that you said, everything I've shouted about, put to paramount picture, and it's what a movie.
Yeah, everything controlled there. Exactly what they're doing. Everyone the same wavelength. I like the addition of playing the buck downstairs, knowing that, hey, they're probably going to try and play some form of denial. Yeah, just everything working for them. That is a round that you look at and you just feel, really, what can go wrong for Panajone at the moment? You know, their defense was obviously a great half of 5-1, and then to see that attack, you just think, okay, that's it now. That's the 6th round. Are we really going to sit here and think the Project Zero is going to pull 5 back now? I mean, that almost feels like the killing blow, even though the Project Zero technically are still alive.
Oh, at this point, you just sort of start eyeing up the second map, and
10 seconds left.
I guess you try and piece things together, right? We can only really talk about expectations of these teams, how they'll throw themselves in, because this is, in sort of some respect, a big first-time test. Yeah, they had obviously the international engagement at the Sport International Tourney not too long ago. But then this, on a stage like this, it's a different vibe. It's a different feel. It's you know, it's a very different energy, and it's something that this Project Zero just haven't been able to get themselves in on. They're looking at, obviously, to be fair, of any map that follows from border, a slower map is the follow through, which might work in their favor a bit to just bring the pace down a bit. Just get themselves and force themselves to have to operate more on these fundamental base ideas. As the Blitz tries to clear its way through, they've slipped some of the danger pass.
I mean, Flexi should be calling this. I mean, straight away, if you see a Blitz coming through customs, it's going to be direct. They're not going to be interested in fighting the roamers upstairs. Though this is now where I think Project Zero have to try and react. And look at this drop from Quick. Straight down the middle. I mean, that is risky. He's going to be challenging on the customs. But the issue is, you don't have to worry about customs, but just somebody walking in for the main door. He's going to have Flexi right beside him, but this is tense at the moment. And Panajone, they can maybe get a drone in and figure out that, hey, there's 2 players just sat on metal. That could be good for them. Robbie taking a tumble outside. He gets picked off, and no, Quick has missed his opportunity.
Oh, well, now at this point, a 4 versus 3, and you can just feel the birds circling. They have themselves the eyes on towards the site itself. They're, again, not overextending their control, but they do miss that moment. Oh, and Lambe, though, quick to get the trade, and they get the catch on the player going for the loopy wrist behind. U4 versus the world. does get the take on the hop over from the shield, but there is that trade game. There is that beautiful synergy. There is Border, and there's Finland taking map 1.
I think their trade game just won them that map, no doubt about it. Really good trades. They never allowed, really apart from the first round, they never allowed Project Zero to rank up a lot of kills. You know, they were always keeping it, you know, even as close to even as what they possibly could. And it also feels that Project Zero, like I mentioned, we're getting the first pick. And Panahori were still fighting back and winning those rounds. So I think it's a credit to them. I think they've stuck in there. That obviously the trade game's working, the kills are working. Project Zero need to give their heads a bit of a rattle.
Well, it's time to have that rattle during our break before we're back with the devs.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
A great start here for Panaone in the Tier 2 finals on what wasn't even their own map pick, and then to 7-1 the team they're playing against, Project Zero. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, Flexi said to me that they were going to win one round, and that's exactly what they did. They won the very first round from Project Zero and then didn't win a round after that. Panahuane were excellent. I thought the key highlight for me was their team play. You know, across the entire game that we saw there was a few situations where they were managing out. They managed to get the clutches as well. But when they got onto their attack specifically, their team play, their trade game, they were not giving Project Zero a chance to get into the round, because every time Project Zero were getting a kill, within 2 seconds, that player was dead. And they just had absolutely no control over the round.
Yeah, and another thing that Flexi said was that they had a 15% attacker win rate, and I think we saw that. When they started the attack, it was the weak side for us. And clearly, because there was a trade every single time they were getting a kill on the other side. And so it's the truth. Siege is a team-based game. If you have a great cohesion, if you play off of each other, if you hype each other and trust each other, you're going to win. Whatever the skills that you have, it doesn't matter. Whatever the experience that you like, it doesn't matter. If you play as a team, you're going to work and you're going to win. And it's exactly why Panahuane here, they play well on border. They play as one unit.
Yeah, and that makes sense as well that it happens in the attack, right? Because that's where you're in the driver's seat. You have to make those decisions together. You have to work as a team, and that's the big contrast, I think, that we're seeing between these two teams here in this first map, though. A 7-1 is also a big sign towards the enemy team, especially if it was on their map pick. We're talking about the things that are on the line. We want to see these teams make it to the SI LCQ advanced stage, where they play against the teams that didn't make it to SI based on the global standing. So you talk about a BDS, you talk about a Genji, Virtus Pro. There's a good chance of making it to a big international event through that. There's prize money on the line as well. So going into the second one, Nighthaven Labs, I just need to know, what is it that we have hope for, maybe on the side of Project Zero, that it can bounce back in this match?
Well, I think the first thing is they're not starting attack. They're starting on defense, right? It's the easiest side for us. If there is one side where you can bounce back and make things easier, trying to play off of each other better, try to react better to whatever is coming in front of you. As much as the Finns, they play well together, what they do is kind of predictable, and so you can try and fix that. You can try and problem solve that. You can trust that you've got the gunplay, and you've got the better gun skill, I guess, to win those gunfights. And so I think in general, this is what you're looking at. You start defense, you play off of each other, you start playing as a team, and then when comes attack, you've got that confidence back.
I think the bans and the operator picks are going to be very, very vital as well. When the map bans, when the map vetoes have been done, both me and Leo were there, we watched it. When Nighthaven got picked, the Project Zero guys said, right, we're getting ready to play against Glaz and Ying.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to have to expect and play around a Warden ban. And I think for the Project Zero guys, it's about playing behind overpowered utility, realistically. Get the Azami playing, play some Clash, try and zone control, and really force Panahuane to clear them, because they know that they've got skill. But they're currently not playing well as a team, so they need to use the utility and the defense side to their advantage, at least in the first half. When they get onto their attack, they've just got to find a way.
And then talking about these two teams and the stats that they might have, especially for the viewers that are not so familiar with the Tier 2 scene, in regards of Nighthaven Labs and stats that they've maybe shown us on this map so far, what are we expecting from both these teams?
Yeah, so for Project Zero, it's not a map they play an awful lot. They do tend to ban it. However, when they have played it, they do actually have a winning record on it, so that is good for them. For Panahuane, they play it a lot, but it's a little bit more 50-50.
Yeah, I think, and if you look at the last time that you saw Project Zero play it as well, it was during the Spoit Contender Series, where they lost it to the Freaky Frogs, the Americans as well, which is a bad souvenir for all of the European fans. Yeah. However, I will say this was a really strong Tier 2 team of NA, and it was only 7-5. It was really close. So there is hope for Project Zero, right? What needs to kick right now is some kind of confidence, because if you lose 7-1 on your map pick, it is a bold statement.
The one thing I will say is they've got to be looking to the experience on the team to bring them through it, right? You know, when you're in this situation, when you're in a final, you've lost your map pick, everything is up against it now. You have to effectively get 2 maps in a row, including your opponent's map pick. You look to your experience. You look to the Grubbies that has been at the 6th Invitational. He's been on the biggest stages doing it. You look to Upal, who's been in Tier 1. All of that experience has to come together, and then to be able to find a way, because sometimes you kind of just got to throw the book out of the window.
Yeah. There's pressure on their shoulders with that, though, and they have to make sure they bounce back in here if they want to make sure they keep that spot in the SI LCQ advanced state. A lot on the line, as we said, but the second map is ready, so we'll send it back to our casters.
Round 2 begins, buddy, and we are still in this one. I haven't heard no bell. Oh, neither has. Most of the fans pretty split after what was a very, very strong opening map there from Panahuane. Project Zero, though, they always still have potential, Demo.
Yeah, and they need to show it, because they didn't do that on border. It was a display that lacked any real cohesion. They need to try and work as a team here, especially on a map like Labs. I mean, if you want to try and attack border, that's one thing where you can get away with kind of little rushes and things like that. On Labs, you need to do your basics right. You need to be able to work through the map as a team. So that's all I want to see from Project Zero. It's just a bit of teamwork.
There's always the element as well about it where the map helps force that. I know they sort of said it on the desk there, or alluded to. They know what they're up against on this map. They know that they're going to have to be up against Glaz and Ying or whatever and play against that sort of style of play. But in the same sort of breath of conversation, you get a bit of safety in this map. You have a bit of width, you have a bit of space, you have a bit of oxygen you can breathe in. It's not border where you just, okay, round start, we're underwater, we're swimming. Double electrics, double hard breach ban. I mean, they've definitely opted for a play style here between the two teams. They know what they're up against.
Yeah, and also with the bans, you kind of think about the ranged hard breachers more than anything. It's different when it's just like, you know, a Thermite, for example, and an Ace. But the fact that you went for the Habana and the Ace, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult for Thermite, especially if teams are going to go down the avenue of using these mirror windows to actually impact trick, which, as we can see, that is going to be the case. They're going to use both of the mirror windows on both of the exterior walls over towards connector and, of course, on that main IT breach. Whenever the Thermite comes over, that mirror window gets popped, he's going to be really scared to place his Thermite charge on it. And then also, if he does successfully get the Thermite charge deployed onto it, it can just be impacted off. However, they haven't done that. What's the point?
You know, who needs it? you say these words
if we're not going to use it. Why?
I like your fancy words, Magic Man. Look at what else I've done.
Swapping mags.
Walls open, and the Clash has made their statement known that they're going to be here. The fact that Project Zero get to start, I think, on their defense is going to be a good mental boon, if anything, because of, yeah, they were on their defense before, and that's how the map ended. But let's be real, gang, we weren't there for very long. And their attacks, I think if they got back into the situation, you've still almost got that momentum from that first half of the previous game where the teamwork again was so strong. This is going to stress that element from the side of Panahoene. They'll start with trying to get some control here on towards the rafters. Wargwain does catch the ender quick. There was almost a moment, I think, where they thought they'd run out of bullets. There's at least a trade back. Flexi gets Halver. I think that might have been, yep, on towards Fish, top blue. The Clash is just pinched out. They got themselves stuck. The Monty's making friends on a tight doorway as Grubby does get a second. It's a spray through, back and forth. Here again, it's these weird positions. They're losing people, but the rotate around. Flexer on the flank. And now, just the two court players. And Grubby was the one on the flank. It was the smoke of Flexer that got the kill on the end of it. Waiting for the swing round. They're trapped in an engagement. They know where it's coming from. The C4 won't get anybody, but at this point, what do you do? They've got the kit back up. They've got a minute. They're trying to find a fight at the door, but they can't. There's one. There's two! Suddenly it's become a 1 versus 1. Out of nothing, they have built something. But the problem is, they know where the kit is. They know they don't have it. They've got it recollected. And there'll be some sort of intel here. You can see either side. They're well aware of each other. Are they just going to go for the fight? They are. They're going to lean in. He's gone to his second read. It's a pre-fire! How has that happened, Demo? Well, a big part is the brilliance of Nifsu. But at the same engagement, it was a 2 versus 3, and they had him dead to rights.
Oh, what a trip up. That is Project Zero running full pelt, and Nifsu's just put his leg out. Wow. Yeah, lot to unpack. The idea obviously was a bit of a split take. Put pressure over towards garage while having your main bulk of your force coming in through connector and in through electrical. And I thought Project Zero did really well to pull it back and fight. I think the issue there was probably Grubby. You know, Grubby, you could see the intention was he was coming over to assist the man inside a connector. He was coming over to assist Flexi. The issue is the angle that Grubby has swung onto is basically the same angle that Flexy's holding anyway. So that means as Nipsey comes around the corner to engage onto Flexy, he's already lined up onto Grubby because Grubby is in the same line of sight of him. So it's really easy for him to transition from one kill to another. Grubby should just let him die there. Just play your 1v2 at that stage.
Ooh, I just kind of wanted to let that moment happen there. I was just like, whoa!
Hard breaching.
But no easy catch, and let's see if there can be a bit of growth from this. Also, I know it's Flexy, but the fact is written Flexosaurce. It just makes me want to say that instead. People who change their names on their first appearance on an international stage. Good for branding. Goodbye inside the site. And they're able to get themselves off to a very strong start. Is there going to be a response? They don't really know where the next bit of pressure is, but that's a good move. Take the 2 above. Okay, now you have the man advantage, but you don't have the sight. They're inside. They're trying to find a way out the door. There's a spray through the soft. There's a bit of destruction, and they're able to find one on the swing of it. There's the trade back. Quick gets the response. Upor gets it, and it leaves just a single Finnish player out the door. It's a long watch. Are they just going to stick it? Can he get into a situation? No! They played that pretty well on the retake. Made sure they cleared what they could, and then operated the site.
Yeah, the important thing was they were able to kill the 2 players who went above. And I think whenever we've seen that kind of flip into the 3 versus 4 in advantage of Project Zero, there's not a whole lot that I think Panahone had. And that's one thing I think whenever Panahone have obviously went for a quick opportunity spot where they've kind of noticed, okay, they have a lot of roamers. There's like 1 guy on site. If we can get in and pick off the 1 guy in the bomb site, we can get a free plant. However, what did they really have, though, to hold on to this post plant? It wasn't a strong position for them. Yeah, they're stuck in a bomb site where there's still Goyos that the defenders can use to lock you off, and you can still use that for, you know, retake potential. You don't have the vertical upstairs because you lost the 2 players you set up there. Yeah, really difficult, I think, post plant there for Panahone, just because they didn't take an awful lot because it was a quick moment thing. So yeah, good for Project Zero being able to pick off those 2 players above. I mean, that's the main thing to take away from that.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, they have a response and they have a round, and importantly, at the end of that, they have a bit of energy. It's sort of strange to say, but for the first time today since we saw Flexy dance after round 1 on the pros map, it's the only time they've looked like they're invested, they're involved, they're ready to come into this, and it came off the back of obviously digging themselves back in, getting themselves the response. But where do we go from here? A mirror trick. Doesn't quite get the full steal, the follow through. Will it get it? It does, though. Can they get the kill off the back of it? Can they get something for it? Groovy is well prepared. Skeptic's here to offer him a way out. Oh, and that is a very nice bit of teamwork. He just missed his toe, and they'll be beating himself up about that.
Yeah, good reaction there from Project Zero. Good from Skeptic to come over and assist his team. And whenever you have that shield, it's all about rotating and helping out where you can. But I think the main thing for the Clash this round is going to be just keeping a check on that Monty. You know, if the Clash can shut down that shield, and it will just kind of disable it. I think the main pushing power that Panahone have is going to be with that shield. Of course it is. You know, shield just strong arms way into positions like electrical, for example. Typically a very kind of messy room a lot of the time that you have to dump a lot of util. Just the shield can walk in and take it, you know, pretty simply. So yeah, a lot of pressure on that Clash to make sure you can shut down that strong element of this attack for Panahone.
Well, with a minute 20 and everybody still standing across both maps so far, this is probably the longest that we've had a situation like this. And the first goes into the favor of the defenders. Upor threads an angle. There's a flank that's coming around from underneath them as well in towards walkway. They're able to just miss out on the Clash. Oh no! Rastin does get quick. Groovy gets one back though. Keeps that into their favor. They're about to find a fight on the door. No, they're not. They get blown up from underneath. And there's that flank I talked about. just putting in the long watch, and well, a solo shield in. There's a down on a single player, but knocked as they went through. That is, since the very first round, on the first map, the first time we've had Project Zero in the lead.
Yeah, and it's a very close round, though, whenever you think about where those kills could have went. You know, you think about that first engagement that we've seen against Upor. If Upor doesn't win that, then it kind of opens up the bomb site potentially. But he wins that engagement. Then we see the mishap with the clash. Imagine if that kill comes in. You know, just a lot of things there that just went away from Panahone. Project Zero.
These guys are just playing 41s. I'm not going to lie to you. They're just playing fucking 41s. They're learning to box you guys, push you guys into the end positions. And then after they do that, there's 4 people coming. 1 person going for a flank. It's a 41. So when we get pushed into those end positions, it's all, as I said, it's telegraphed. Completely and utterly telegraphed. The first push you're going to call is the push they're going to end up with. So ELC's 80-20s, right? How do we play together as a team? Right, okay, you see for this, I swing this, right? That's bang, right? But keep the gap calls up, because that one person has always been linking in about. I have never seen them flip once.
It's only the point that guys, listen, for these next rounds, right, we can't play for the walls anymore. The walls are fucked. They're going to open them. So we should keep running clash, and we should keep putting the clash in the middle of the wall. Remember how we play, guys. If they want to go direct on the opening IT wall, we don't play and winning by kill the IT, guys. It's fucking impossible, guys. Look.
So, we got the energy there. They just don't change what they're doing. They have the single approach, they go with that single approach, and then they make sure that that is the one that lands. And I guess we'll see if that's something they can try and piece together here on what is ostensibly the tertiary site. Yes, it's the 4th round that we've gotten, but if Project Zero get this, that's 3 in a row. Right? They've done their entire rotation. They've done all the selection of maps that they could possibly want. And you can see, I mean, there's almost an element I'm surprised they didn't ban out the clash.
I think from a standpoint of Panahone, whenever they're trying to play this direct style of siege, you know, the mirror windows have been troublesome to try and get these breaches open. And I think that's maybe the angle they're attacking with that, is to remove that operator so you can open up those walls, you know, a lot better. So yeah, I think it does make sense from that path. I get what you mean with the clash. Yes, it's been causing them issues, but you know, I think the clash, there is ways to work around. I mean, it's down to your own, you know, lineup in terms of what you can bring. You know, for the mirror window, there's not much I feel you can do about that. Whereas with a clash, multiple operators you can bring in to assist.
Well, they get themselves an unpressured breach on the top of IT, and they move on to wherever else they need to be. And as we heard on the comments there, they think that once they've sort of locked themselves in a direction, only a single player goes for the flip and goes for the swap of the angle. So their first push seems to be telegraphed as one here across the back, eyes towards vending and the verticality, see if they can force out anyone on kitchen. They're going to have the fight on this verticality, and once the clash with a bit of support. The Deimos getting the control and the pressure here on towards the breach. Ooh, ships passing in the night in that situation. They almost found that fight, but instead they'll reveal. Oh, they've gone over to that side now, and you can see the Monty is the one that has flipped on towards the other side. They still haven't been able to catch anybody. Oh, the Monty is almost caught out though, getting the angle, getting the aggression in and off to the races. The clash is entirely encircled now though, but Upor is able to find a kill, drift away, and find themselves a bit of safety. There goes the Deimos, there goes that intro, there goes the second as well as the Capitao is caught out. Now, when it comes to the actual execute itself, you're thinking, okay, well, what do they have? They've obviously got the Monty, they can try and drive the shield in, but in terms of, you know, that clash, in terms of the Zofia being needed to get rid of them, they've got no more frag grenades as well. They're just going to have to see if they can find a pocket and make it work, but only a minute with the verticality all to do, Demo. I don't know if they got enough here.
Yeah, I think it was very smart from Project Zero. As soon as they were able to pick up the kills, immediately leave. You don't need to stay up here and play your life. You play the 3v5, give them verts if you want to. There's more than enough areas that they can fall back into and sit in. Again, play for that retake. Don't forget they have a Valkyrie. They have active information that will assist with that playstyle. Look at the position Grubby's in. Yeah, perfect. In towards kitchen. Make it difficult where if they want to try and kill you, again, they're going to have to waste a lot more time to do so. And he's still, I would say, fairly close enough to the bomb site to still make an impact in that retake. So, yeah, Project Zero just has to play with the information that they have. And Panahone, with only 15 seconds left, yeah, just not going to happen for them.
There it is, U4 getting aggressive, looking up towards the top of the walkway. They find one. The Monty's just going to have to try and hop in. And oh. We'll jot that down as a workplace hazard. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't have thrown the round, but...
We'll see that every day, do we?
This is like a Lord Farquaad moment. Some of you may die.
Yeah.
3 in a row?
Wow.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think it's a good, stable way of Siege that they're playing Project Zero. I think they are aware that Panahone are just constantly going for these direct takes. The Clash is great for that active information. Yeah, being able to move around the map, call out, you know, to whoever it is, okay, they're here, they're there, they're everywhere, and then they can formulate a plan off the back of that. They're obviously playing in for the retake. I think that's also pretty obvious. I don't think they're ever a massive issue to give up parts of the map if they need to. I think they can rely on the information that they still have. Yeah, I think it's a really good way of countering the Panahone. Just almost feels like a long ball. You know, just long ball throw-ins, corner kick, set piece merchants. That's what it feels like here for Panahone. It's just straight to the point.
At this point, obviously, you know, as we sort of said, this is going to be the time that does work in towards their favor of fixing the mistakes that they seem to suffer on the first map. It has entirely righted that round, but then you get to the other side of it and you'll think, okay, well, when we get to Panahone's defense, they will have a bit of groundswell. Are they looking here for the 4-2? They've got to find a way to break through, right? They've got to find a way to just flip that balance. I think if they really want to have that confidence, but they've been kind of pushed to a side. You're looking at the star players of the previous map. You're looking at Lambe. You're looking at, obviously, one of them was a big clutch round. It could be 4-0 right now, right? You could be staring down the barrel of what is currently a flawless bit of control. And all of it is just going to build that energy, build that momentum into the surge of Project Zero. They've got themselves a Blackbeard, a bit of a swift clear here over the top. But at this point, no confrontation has been met.
Looks to be the top floor clear. So getting in and around IT, using the RAM to clear away these roamers. Flex, I believe, has jumped out the vending window and picked off a player on the storage window. I mean, fair play to Flexi. That is an opportunity and a half, and able to pick off the Sophia, who, again, would have been great for that kind of execute, using the stuns, using the impacts, wherever you need them. Still, though, there's pressure with the verticality that the RAM can produce, though. I mean, this is going to make things a little bit difficult for Project Zero to find any safe space inside of the bomb site. I'll say they'll probably try and go for a retake at some point. They'll maybe try and utilize the staircases that they have. I mean, look at Quick. He's in an aggressive position in vending, wanting to challenge on. And, oh, look at this from Quick. With a minute left, he decides to go out on a roam.
I mean, they have the man advantage. Why not? Worst case, you get caught, but you'll draw attention, you'll draw focus, and you'll draw some other positions. Here, they're going to throw themselves in. We talked about their retake possibilities and how they've made things work before, but they're still building above the hatches. They're still looking down in towards the side, in towards where they can try and get a plant situated. Maybe, you know, angle themselves on towards assembly and get some focus on that swing. It's just pushing them further and further back. They've
got the smoke.
Dropped in. Yeah, they've been able to get the smoke. They're in towards Animus, eyeing up tank where they made the plant before. They haven't quite been able to get the full hop in, because as soon as they do, they're worried they're just going to get caught from the side in the swing. You can see 3 bodies. The plant is being put in, tucked on the close corners, and the rotate has come through, and there's the first C4 connects. They're going to go for the second follow through. There's an easy pickup, and there's 10 seconds now, but it's just back and forth. There's only one player left. Finds one, but he can't get himself towards the kit in time. That's 4-1.
Yeah, Quick made that round. I think Quick done a very clever thing with a minute left. He goes out in the roam. And with Quick running off to the other side of the map, what that does now is it puts Panahone in a very tricky position. Because they have 2 trains of thoughts. It's either one, they go and they hunt him, and that could take a lot of time, which they simply did not have. Or 2, they ignore him, and he comes back to bite them in the latter half. Either way, I think it's a lose-lose no matter which way you pitch it. If you think about how that plant traditionally goes, you'll have one player naturally going to go for the plant. You'll have another player beside him inside of Animus, holding the crosses, you know, just a gun beside him, right? Then you'll have the other 2 players upstairs on the verts. With Quick being above, the 2 players in the verts can't do their job. They can't sit there and hold those different angles. They're so focused on having to keep themselves alive because of the roamer breathing down their necks. And then because of that, there's no coverage for that Ash as they try and go in for the replant. That's the difference there.
Reinforcing wall!
Project Zero done a great job again at that retake. They're not panicking at all. They're very calm and collective in what they want to do whenever it comes to Panahone wanting to go in and go for the plant.
Now, with how things have been such a struggle on this half, as I said before, and I don't want to be the one that's going to hit this sort of death bell every time and go, pay attention. This could be a 5-0. This should be, by all regards, a 5-0. And you wonder, you know, what is sort of going on into the headspace of the team that was in such a driver's seat. There goes the Nomad. You're now looking at that clash as becoming even stronger. And you said at the time when I said, you know, could they have gone for this? It's caused them problems just consistently. Won't stop causing them problems. And now they have even less to try and stop it out. The Monty's about to make a friend with the Jaeger and force them further away. But what is he doing? Oh. Didn't have the team, didn't have the support, didn't have the friends. And now, well, at least they're joining him in the afterlife. It's just fallen away on this map.
Well, could be a map 3 the way things are going, because Panahone just cannot get the grips with anything they're doing right now. They're trying to play with the shields. I mean, the shield has had no impact. Yeah, I've never seen a shield do less than what I've seen in this game. Like, really, what point have we seen where we sat, wow, the Monty has done a great job there? That has not happened. Why play if it's not working? I mean, how many times have they tried playing the Monty? At least 4 or 5 rounds?
Yep. Yeah, they try to utilize it as, I'm not going to say a panic Monty because they went on it quite earlier, but they tried to use it as a strong arm in towards the site, but it was just paid no respect by Project Zero. They weren't scared about flanking into it. They weren't scared about using utility to pressure it out. They weren't scared about confronting the Monty. And at that situation, you just sort of go, okay, well, you know, it's not quite having this fix. There goes the 2 aforementioned shields. The Clash gone as well, which is just a consistent problem. But at this point, you know, it's such a mentality swing as well, right? It's 5-1 down. We're in an exact mirror of the previous game where it was a sort of first round, and then since then, everything else has gone the other team's way. I'm fully with you in that I can see us quickly getting to a map 3. It's down, really, towards the Finnish team to try to rally behind what has otherwise been stripped entirely away from them. Here. Now, they do get the benefits of their defense. They get the benefits of always knowing that you can try and do exactly what's been done before, and it's something that you've been able to have. But at this point, with the energy that's gone on with Upor 11-2 as well, definitely found their form.
10 seconds left.
It's a quick series already, hasn't it? I mean, the way that this is going, your Project Zero 5-1 up, same way that Panahone were 5-1 up on Border. Yep. It's, you know, map 3 could be here very, very shortly in its console, and that'll be one heck of a grudge match as well, because both teams love the map, you know, and it'll be great just to see who's the better team and essentially what becomes the best of 1. But still, there's 2 rounds that separate Project Zero before they get onto Consulate. And maybe this could be the first one of 2. Wall opened up straight away. No issues at all. It's Also, Panahone, we're going to do the same strategy as what Project Zero had went for, where they use the mirror windows to make things a little more difficult for that Thermite. So no issues at all for Skeptic.
Freezing metal.
Oh, no, but a tub, that's it.
Yep. It'll buy them some time, but, you know, that's it, really, at this point. They're forcing out the pressure. It does pop off. Gives them some stretch and gives them the angles through on towards IT. Trying to recollect his frozen drone, but he's under a bit of pressure, so he probably needs to focus on that first. Just misses that first engagement as well as the swing round on towards the electric box. But now with themselves close and knocking on the door of the hard wall of the site itself, this first engagement might be the drive of how the rest of this goes. You can see that the mirror is ready to try and trick the other side. That's too low. Oh, will this get all of them? I don't know. He's trying to find the position, but I don't think it's possible.
No, he placed the other mirror window too far over to the left. That's the issue.
Yeah. Well, they're buying themselves time here, Demo, but will this be enough when they come to the final push?
Yeah, look at the other mirror window, the way it's been placed. They've reinforced up the garage wall, which is typically left as a kind of rotation. And then they've placed the mirror window to completely deny anyone walking in for electrical. So it's actually not a bad position, I feel, for Panahone to be in. And Uport has just used the last of his Habana pellets, and I don't think that is on the mirror window. Probably doesn't have any ash charges. That mirror window is going to be up, and that's going to be the issue for them.
I like how Grubby was like blind, but he still went for it. Rastin gets Skeptic, and now with those two bodies gone, they've definitely got all of the people on the back end. He's still trying to find himself in towards the fight here, just free fighting against the Keepers, but as soon as he enters, he's under danger. There's, a swing round. They do get one, but 30 seconds now, and they've got some pressure on towards IT. The Keepers are making it impossible. They just try to brute force themselves in towards the site itself. Flexi's drawing a C4. And that doesn't bode well for his health. Rastin has the crossfire and did enough to waste enough time that as soon as they got those two players trying to get any width towards the approach, it was very easy to shut down the rest of it. They know where you are, and they know you can't come any further in. 5-2.
Yeah, the util just too strong. Panahone under really no stress at all. I think fairly easy for them to sit back behind a mirror window. I think we've all been there and how easy it can be just to play behind one of them. Obviously for Project Zero, I think it's a case of they cannot wait until that Thermite gets free breaching charges. I think that's the one thing they're missed out on, because that breach with the Habana, what a mess. They could not get through the connector wall. So they just had to funnel in through electrical, and that's exactly where Panahone wanted them to be. Of course, with that mirror window. But yeah, bit of a messy one there from Project Zero. So Panahone, there's one. Still a long way to go yet, but starts to start.
Well, I think that's the thing about it being that site as well, is you kind of know what the approach is going to be. You know how you can slow it down. They had the turp and they made sure that they could make it work fine. But here, where there's a few more options for Project Zero to find a sort of sneaky way in, a bit of an approach, they're not doing anything too sneaky. But they're doing stuff that can get them cleared. Look at all that soft demo. They're not going to be wasting any time on those top two floors. Their goal, their mission, get in, get the rams down, get everything opened up. Okay, now they can't hide anywhere in the site, and we're forcing these engagements. It's just a matter of pressing on the time. Nobody home, but well, they were hoping.
Yeah, big extension though from Panahone. Only the one guy in the bomb site. Everyone else is either in towards the mid floor or even Lambe, who's all the way upstairs inside of the meeting room hallway. Just have to keep an eye on these roamers. That's what Project Zero need to try and lock down. And yes, you know, plenty of soft destruction. However, maybe a Deimos would have been an idea here. Maybe it's a little bit overkill because they may struggle with kind of pinpointing where these roamers could be. You know, there's Lion, there's Dokkaebi, there's Deimos, like I mentioned. They're all on board that are great at dealing with this roam game. So they're really just going to have to fly off their drone information and just gun skills. So, and I think whenever you play that way, it's up in the air, isn't it? It's a 50-50 going to a gunfight, you know.
I mean, we saw it on the first map. That was what they tried to do. That was all they really tried to do. And they did bring some things to track the roamers, but then they relied more on their gun skill, and it didn't quite work here. So, you know, there's elements of success, elements of failure. They have the momentum of the game in their hand, but think about if 2 rounds, 3 rounds go into the favor of the Finns. Suddenly you've got this game so much tighter and closer together. And you have the pressures. Lambe gets just a free pick, and there's that check. Does he know? No, he doesn't. And Quick gets the pull right back, but Rastin levels things up. Rastin then gets caught. It is just engagement after engagement here. Project Zero come out slightly better for wear, and the time itself, you know, I'm not sure how much more they feel they'll need to have to check, or if they're just going to try and angle themselves down towards cargo stairs, and they're pulling the control here on towards the back, but they don't have the hard breach to open themselves up the angles on the hatch, and that's the problem.
It is. It means that Animus is going to be a no-go for them. It has to be cargo. That's where they're going to try and flood in from, but look at this. Look at the pause he's in. This is going to be an absolute freebie, and it will be. Not checking the basic stuff. Exactly the same as Border. Project Zero falling into the same trap.
Oh, it's such a scrappy engagement, but the cover comes through. They've driven themselves in towards the site, though. They weren't aware. 30 seconds. Now, 1 versus 1 with the pressure of the plant. Lexi has the kit. Doesn't have anything else to work with other than the calls of his teammates. He's going to tuck in close, try and bait the player. I mean, surely he doesn't stick it. Oh, maybe he will. Sticks it. Now a post plant on the other side. The soft does a scrap of damage. Doesn't truly know. And you can see that there's the pings. The man's on the mirror. He has his own flood of intel. Ring around the Violent Rosies. On the other side of a soft wall, you could cut the tension with a knife. There's a swing of the pre-fire. Sigh of relief. But, I mean, you talk about narrow margins in these games, Demo.
Have they got their monitors on? It was like blind leading the blind. Oh. Messy again, but hey, Vanhone hanging in there. Look, the issue again, same as Border. There was a decent amount of time I felt as well. There was probably a minute whenever they started barreling towards cargo. Why are they not taking just a little bit of extra time to think about what they're doing? You know, at this stage here, surely it's obvious that somebody's going to be holding that cross. Is it not obvious? That's the first thing you'd be worried about if you're pushing cargo. Is somebody holding from the corridor? And they just walked in. They didn't even care about it. But again, look, it comes back to not having the hard breach, like you mentioned. They couldn't open up Animus. They couldn't have another option into the bomb site, which obviously would have killed that round dead to rights. And if you have that hatch, drop it into the bomb site, yeah, would have been fantastic for them. But they lost that player whenever they were dealing with the roamers. Because again, it comes back to struggling with that roam game. Yes, they may have came out, I think, pretty well in the engagements, because obviously it was 3-2 at the time that the roamers fell back. However, you're still losing 2 men. You're still losing a lot of util. That's the thing about defenders versus attackers. 9 times out of 10, defenders, and just the way obviously defenders work, their equipment will be placed. Yeah, they can go and dine out. At least they use their util. With attackers, it's a different case. They're going to have to use it at some point. It's not always a guarantee that they're going to get the opportunity.
At this point as well, with the 4 C4s, the eyes of the Pulse and the Valk, you kind of get the idea of what they want to do here. But it will start with the castle wasting time on the top floor. Try and pull them away with these bandit batteries and make sure that they have a lot of work to do here. They're making sure that there isn't a quick jump in and attempt on the plant. They'll say, look, they're here. They're around. They haven't gone for it yet, but with that solid, they're not going to be able to get the C4 to the range that they want it to. Rastin does get flexy, though, with the hop out. There was that pulse-led intel. There was that catch. And, oh, there goes your IQs. As suddenly those cams, they're going to be so much deadlier. And the pulse as well, just buzzing away. Down below, getting the read of all of this. Quick wants to try and just slip his way in towards the site, finds a castle, and Groovy now has the shoulder of support. So instead, eye up the A site. See if they can just drift in towards that control room and take control of the round itself, but otherwise they're still making their attentions known. The C4 will be a run and a route round, but they're sort of met by a cascade of bullets. However, the pressure opens its way back up. So now they need to operate in this warehouse. They need to engage with the round itself because they know they're being watched. UPOR is up to IT. It's a response to a response to a response. Do they know? They do. There's the ping, and there's the catch on towards Nifsu. We're about to probably have ourselves the 4 versus 3. No! Lambe! Somehow tears the head up, but Quick and Skeptic make sure they do quick work at the site itself. The Pulse, too little, too late, gets the wrong man, and it's a post plant. In a 1 versus 3. Just enough distraction and operation. They made sure, even though things went a little bit awry elsewhere, they still had eyes on the site and the prize. And now with this, they should pretty calmly be able to get themselves on towards map point. And there's Quick getting the pull round.
I genuinely think that the castle barricades have actually kind of messed up Panahona there, especially that castle barricade on the double door into cargo. I think that's an issue. You look at the confidence that Project Zero had. They looked at Garage and said, "Oh, they've castled off one of the main doors that somebody always has to try and watch." And then they just simply walk in the site because of that, because they know they don't have to worry about a flank angle. That's a weird castle barricade, I think, to have. I think it's okay if you're maybe going for like a roam game on a basement, because obviously you just want to try and deny as much time and different things like that all the time. But whenever that's your actual bomb site, that corridor is massive for flanks. We see it happen all the time. And to see them just give it up and essentially say, take Garage, it's a bit of a surprise for me. So yeah, just I think the initial setup there from Panahona coming in to work against them. And yeah, Project Zero, they've now put the pressure on with that 1 round. Panahona, no. 3 perfect rounds, please. That's what we need.
Has to be. And that's that sort of, you know, as you said, the stressy point right now of this. You've got a need for perfection. You've got 2 players that are positive, and the other 3 are unfortunately quite adrift from being that way. It's just sort of shows how the strong arming of this game has gone, right? It's 3 rounds, but I think at least 2 of them have been clutches. At this point, are they hanging on by the thread, or are they capable of that little bit more, that little bit extra? Now, Project Zero just have to get 1 more round to stick, and it can be on the site that they've just made it happen on before. But they'll probably want to get themselves on towards the 3rd map sooner rather than later. And it's going to be the Buck. Quickly in and off to the races. Now they don't have anybody immediately on the flank, but there is someone underneath. How aware are they of Lambe? Was able to pull off a surprise strike even when they knew Lambe existed in the position, but Flexi is watching elsewhere. Gonna set himself flank drone so someone else can pay attention to it and keep pushing on, but the engagement all comes out with a bit of a blind and surprise. Lambe, I mean, both helped and hindered, I think, by the fire extinguisher.
How well, he's still alive. It's the main thing, so he can still redeploy those keeper barriers. He has one in the pocket. Second one's coming up shortly too. Just the probing stage for Project Zero. Just figuring out, okay, what do we want to do here? What are we seeing from the defenders? I like this though. I like the butt coming in from below. It just adds another element to this attack. It's something that the defenders need to worry about. Hey, there's a guy downstairs constantly ripping us from down below, but now that's gone. Flexi loses that engagement. Down goes the Buck, who also would have been great if they were able to get that wall open, who could have rotated to actually deal with the position that we're seeing the Mutant. You know, could go below, remove him, would have gave free access to the players from Electrical into sight.
I mean, you can sort of see the step-by-step here if they force Lambe out of there so they can get the bucket and do that, but then they just lose the buck. So they can just bandit trick the IT wall, and, you know, massive limitations, especially with the Maverick off the board. So now they can play with that, and he suffers a fair chunk of damage from toe shots on the door itself, and Panahona have just sort of set down the markers, right? They've set up the walls. There's the swing round, and there's an easy pickup from the fish stairs. There's the easy crossfire from the back, and they're just sort of removing them one at a time. This was never the side of contention, as UPOR does at least get Lambe, and, well, there's 2 immediately back. Skeptic lying down. Skeptic shot down.
Good round. Good round from Panahona, top floor. Obviously working out really well for them. Yeah, just you lose that buck. The bandit able to get off successful bandit trick. And if we know this, Emma. If you don't get walls open on a map like Labs, you're not going to win Labs. And that is as basic as what we can make it.
Especially that site.
Yeah, especially the one where it really does come down to walls, because it's exterior walls, which, as we know, exterior, interior walls are always going to be the strongest, because you can just sit outside. That's an area that the defenders cannot go. Well, they can go, but they'll be spotted if they do, and that's the difference. So yeah, having those exterior walls opened up, that's always the first initial thing we look for. And especially whenever you think about that bomb site, yes, you have the exterior walls, but the way that bomb site is designed, you have the exterior walls, and then you have another layer. It's like the double wall setup. You have the exterior into the interior walls, and how are you going to get the interior walls open if you can't even get the exterior walls open?
10 seconds remaining.
So they still obviously need to get things perfect, and well, we remember how close this one technically was, and the complaints we had was, well, they're not focusing on the objective, really. They're focusing on this gun game, they're focusing on the trade game, and it almost worked, but it didn't. What could have made life easier, Demo? Some hard breach, maybe some tracking as well. That was the two things that you and I said could be an aspect, and well, they've got both this time. The Deimos to help with their clear, and then everything else to still. Instead of the triple soft breach, it's instead going to be this top floor sort of lockdown, this top floor gain. So obviously, you know, the site itself, it's an odd one. We come towards, what is this offsite? What is this position? They're taking the risk now on towards kitchen with the hope that when they go for this and they potentially pull it off, that they shake that surprise. They shake something out of Project Zero's approach, and then they can go to the basement afterwards. And there's the first kill that goes in towards their favor. Will they get the second as well? It's a Blackbeard in the 1 versus 2. Oh, the support comes around over the side of the shoulder. They've got the Keybers to buy themselves a route out there. Still very aggressively holding on. How's he done that? Close. It's a back and forth here with the Blackbeard. The track's on, but you know where he is? It's such a dangerous game. Such a dangerous game that he can't quite win out. Somebody support this man. What is going on? There it is, finally. But Reston gets the player back, has the kit, and Groovy's down outside the window. Oh my word, the Blackbeard was in the middle of all of that. What a thriller on the hallway, I've got to agree.
Oh. I just, the one way, whenever I see a round like that, and I haven't used this one in a while, what a Pavlova. That's the way I describe that kind of round. It's just yeah. I was going to mention as well, even before all that happened, you think about the first player that died, it was Flexi on the Ram. So even if they were successful in that top floor clear, which obviously they weren't, how are they ever going to be able to attack on this bomb site? The one weakness that this bomb site has is the amount of vertical work that you can do from an attacker perspective. It means that the defenders cannot play in the site. But then you lose the Ram, and all of a sudden, areas like Kitchen and areas in behind the bomb chassis right now where we can see Rashton currently being tracked, how do you remove those players?
Well, that's a way of removing the approach. Okay. They get themselves within 1 round of OT, and OT's starting half. They'll probably be on their defense if I was to guess, and obviously at this point, the game has massively favored that side. So, this needs to be put to bed right now, but that risk, that gambit, that gamble opens up the site that they were able to make some success on before. As I said, the reason I think they went there first was to sort of hope that the bait of saying, no, we're downstairs, focus on that, and they didn't obviously go towards tank that time round. Yeah, I mean, look at it. You can see that they're trying to, the players around are trying to offer some support. Being held at bay.
Nice! Come on.
Oh,
silly slippy round.
I just hope we don't see it again. I can't take that again. Please no. I mean, Project Zero, they should be worried. Like, they've really let this game get away from them, from where they were. And it's the same woes again, I think, that they're having on the attacks. You know, it's that part where they just look a little bit lost if the initial game plan doesn't work out for them. You know, it doesn't feel as though anyone's kind of controlling that mid to late game stage of it. But yeah, Panahone, they're not easing up on the pressure, which I think is the right way to play it. Whenever you know that you have to quote unquote play perfect siege, instead of you playing perfect, why don't you try and make your opponent have a handful of mistakes to win the round that way? I think that's the avenue they're going down.
Let's see if they can try and get themselves this first body. If they get pushed to OT, Project Zero, I mean, you get a bit concerned, right? You get a bit worried from the position they're in. As he said, 5-1, 6-3. To OT, it's a journey. They're using the Blackbeard, they've got themselves directly in above. This is very quick if they're confident for the fight, but there's the first Flexi, and they're just going to keep the pressure on. 2 shields, no muss, no fuss. In fact, the 2 shield lineup was what won them their sole attack on the first map, and they're going to see if they can get it followed through. They're able to just find enough corners for cover, and they get 1 out, they get 2, they get 3! Panahone somehow amongst the madness find magic! And now it's just a ram and a blitz left! They've obviously lost their tracks, their sting. They have 2 flashes and then 2 in the shield. And they're up against 2 smokes. You've got the hold here, you've got the setup. They've peeled themselves back, and you've also still got hard hatches. And hot breaching, not done. They're just going to have to see if they can try and send it. Instead of going down the cargo stairs this time, they might try and just tuck in on the inside of Animus. See if they can get the plant on that side as well, instead of sort of leaning in towards the dangers of the drop where cargo was a big problem. Not Animus, sorry, Exosuit. Let's see if they can just tuck in just on the assembly door.
The issue is Quick can't cover all these angles. He has a choice. He either has to play the vertical and hold them as they try and cut across the bomb site, but then it leaves Flexi getting flanked from Exo, you know? So he's decided to go, okay, let's just play on his shoulder, and it's just up to Panahone to do, I think, a fairly simple retake, because Quick can no longer now cover players cutting across the site, and he can't cover anything. He's dead now.
I mean, just drove himself all the way across the site, and oh, what do you do? Where do you go? Can you believe it? Panahone, I mean, being able to rally, the amount of times that they have pulled these little plucky kills when under an avalanche of pressure. It's just, they came to play, man. They came to just throw down.
Look at Project Zero again. They do really well in the early game. They establish a foothold in the building. They get the first pick, and then it gets away from them again. And no trades. How is this happening to them so consistently? Somebody needs to grab that team and say, stop. That's the one thing. I don't think that they're slowing down enough. They have so much time to play with. They really, really do. I feel as though, do they think that the timer only gives them 2 minutes? It gives you 3 minutes, guys. Take that extra bit of time to talk about what you want to do. You've established the control inside a cargo. Yeah? There were players who just wanted to rush into the bomb site. Wait. Just wait. You're bringing the ram into your lineup for a reason. Use that operator. Play default. Use the ram. Use the verticality. Then you start working your way into the bomb site. But they're just rushing things again. Players are just trying to do their own thing. And that's where the mistakes start to happen.
They now get to lead on their defense, right? And we've seen this site go so strongly into the favor of both defensive teams, but Panahone, their most recent demonstration, being able to pull off the bandit tricks whilst under pressure from the Buck instead. You know, we're getting the Glaz, we're getting the coverage of the smokes, we've got a lot of that with the Capitao as well.
Zof blow instead of the Buck.
it's almost like a safety first element, right?
Yeah.
They can keep themselves a bit further away with the Zoth. They can make sure that the job can get done. And I think because of that, you can see Panahone just, with the Tubber out, are they still going to be able to pull this off? Surely not. They're watching towards the fight itself. Groovy isn't directly watching the angle, though.
It could. They're gonna. No way. Surely not. You can't let this happen. Please no.
Okay, well, it happened.
Oh dear.
One side, and IT might remain locked.
It's locked. That's it. And that's the last Thermite charge used, unless they want to try and get tin openers over there. But it's not going to give you that same massive breach that you would like to have.
So at this point, I mean, you can see they're droning it. They're well aware of it. Is it something that they are fine to lose? The C4 won't quite get the catch out the window. Yeah, Jab will just get some of the cover and they can get themselves hopped in. He'll be the second follow-through, but it's still being tricked. The Bandit gets one side. They're trying to bounce the grenades around and over the top. They'll obviously get this angle tight, but now you've got the Warrior swing around the other side. They do get the header one. But nobody's currently in that position. However, you have to be scared of it. Glaz burying himself in some smoke is quick. Takes a sliver of damage elsewhere. Lambe gets a little bit cooked, and the Keeper will buy some time, but there's Groovy gone. Neefsu aggressively with a shotgun on the door, looks for a second. Really wants to put the pieces in, but they've flooded the site, and there's two.
Whoa.
But however, at least Stems, they're inside though. They're gonna see if they can try and get this kick confirmed. The Glaz doing their best for the cover. They're fighting their way back in. Both of them stuck on a bit of a sticky angle here. However many behind this pillar. There's the rip of the C4, gets the double! Just the sole player left, U4. The man of the moment a lot. The Keeper with a gun 6 will be that trade out. There's not more in the pockets though, and he has 2 smoke bolts. Not that there'll be a lot of usage. This rotate, the pings coming together. They're concerned about IT. There's the pull on the plant. They're watching for it. Either side accidentally gives this game away. There it is! They find the end, the sticking point, and push themselves up towards series point.
Oh, Panahone, they just find a way, and that is just such a demoralizer again for Project Zero. I mean, Flexi made the play. Obviously, that round was, in terms of basics, poor. It was a poor round for Project Zero. Not being able to open up IT breach, also having the hard breach gadgets tricked on the connector wall as well. That's an issue. They've made a hole which is on the very left-hand side of the breach, which then you have to jump in, therefore you make an audible cue. You know, Flexi, credit to him, has to do something. Somebody needed to make a play there to get them into that bomb site, and he done so. But the fact that there's the C4 waiting, and the reason why that works is, again, the breach, you have to then vault your way back. It's not an open breach where you can just walk out while still keeping your gun up. Nobody in their right mind is probably going to leave that breach jumping through that hole, especially whenever they know they have no control on IT, because they didn't open that IT wall before. So you're going to expect that the player instead of IT is going to hold that cross to stop you getting through the breach. Therefore, it's, you know, like shooting fish in a barrel. They're going to be trapped in there. They can't go anywhere about it. So Panahone, looking at the mistakes that Project Zero have made, they just play to it. And Project Zero, like I said, poor round in terms of basics.
So they were quiet on their attacking half, Panahone. And it could have been a flawless half as well. It should have been by a lot if it wasn't for an exceptional clutch out. However, from that point, they've been able to rebuild themselves into what is the lead position, what is the chance at a series cinch. They might not get it this round. They have the option afterwards, but with the extra momentum, I'm curious to see what changes, right? The Flash will be the first point of focus, the first port of call. On towards jungle, on towards connector, on towards electric. They've slowly shepherded them further and further back. You can see they're still gagging for a fight here. They want to lean back in, Project Zero. Lambe is the first to suffer a bit of damage, holding on for the swing either side, and, you know, Keeper's wasting time in this position. We saw it used very well before. They've got IT, they've got these cross angles. Can they make something happen with them?
Again, fairly slow and steady for Panahone, but that's the way that they kind of attack. It is very direct. Oh, see if they can try and find the opening pick and in quick. Certainly not going to give him an easy time at trying to get in towards IT. Really going to have to make him work for it. And, well, Lambe will end up picking off quick. And now, that's the first kill in the hands of Panahone. Puts the pressure on the Project Zero. This clash, again, has to have the value. There's the Nomad, but it's used all the air jabs. Not another flank, no way! Lambe finds another, but look at the trade game. Again for Panahone. That's what carried them free border. It's working for them again.
Well, there is the spray through, and there is the run through. A 2-0 from our Finns. Panahone, they came to dominate, and they have done so. What a strong showing. And you can see it, obviously, on the head. It's been a tough fight here for Project Zero for how this team has built up to this point. Today just was not their day, and full credit, obviously, they built it back up in the second map. They found a bit of their form, found a bit of their feet, but they just could not overcome the momentum that they had been able to build up Panahone. They found their footing, they found their rhythm, they found their rhyme, and it led to a very impressive end there. Our T2 champions. I mean, what else can you say, Demo?
Oh, I mean, I just think overall they were ready today. You know, they came to play. I think the energy was better. All credit to them. They played the Bear Siege.
Yep, all credit to them, and well, we'll get credit ourselves. And please find out a little bit more with our winners interview.
We will definitely do our winners of the Tier 2 final, Panahone, and we're speaking with them. What a crazy game this was, a 2-0 victory. Congratulations, and what a comeback as well. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Went honestly better than expected. I thought it was going to be a 2-1, but it's, well, I suppose I should be happy.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you should be very happy with this. This is a big performance from you guys. Your team was saying we're here for the vibes. Now, what we are discussing in the studio with the analysts is that the teamwork just seemed to be on another level today in comparison to Project Zero. What do you feel like was a big win condition today?
I think it was just a lot of talking, trying to make sure that everybody was on the same page and such. Kind of basic stuff in the end, but it's really hard to pull off. And I think we did a pretty good job of that today.
That's awesome. I think you should be very proud of yourselves. I'll give you the beautiful trophy. We have the Tier 2 star and the X, of course, as well. And then once again, a big congratulations to our Tier 2 champions, Panahone.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Again, a big congratulations to Panahoner as they are our champions from Tier 2. And whilst we have our Tier 1 finalists sitting up behind us, we'll chat a little bit more about that game. Because a 2-0, we heard the players say it themselves, 2-1 was expected, but a 2-0 and the comeback on the second map, incredible.
Today, friendship won. That's the beautiful one.
Finnish friendship.
Yeah, the Finnish friendship. It all started at the summer of 2025, and 5 Finns that knew each other, that played the game for 5 years, decided to get together, to create a team, to go after work, after studies, scream every night, every week, all the way to get to T2 Finals and win it against former pro players. It's a beautiful story, Jack.
Yeah, that clutch they got in very round one, you know, got them all the way to overtime because their attacks weren't particularly hot. You know, Project Zero did go up into the lead, but the Finns managed to find a way. How did they get there again? It was dominant defenses, it was great team play, it was good trading, and just great composure. You know, they were facing down the barrel of, you know, being 5-1 down for a long time. They had to just keep working at it, keep working at it. They got it done, they got into overtime, and job's done.
And I'll give praise to Project Zero because going up 5-1 was all part, I think, of strategy. They understood that Panuhone are going to play well together, but they're going to be slow, methodical, a bit like a new VP, right? And so they bring the Azami, exactly like you mentioned. They bring the clash, they follow the genius of Jack, and they play to the time. And they listen to you, and it works well. It's a 5-1 lead. The problem is they still can't attack.
Yeah.
And so if they cannot play as a team in attack, they will lose eventually. What a comeback. Some clutches from the Finns as well. Showing also, I know we like to praise the team play, but also the individuals on that team. They have a lot of level. And so it gives me, you know, an inch that maybe things are not played out for SLCQ.
No, but that's something I really want to talk about as well, right? Because we talked about the benefits from winning this game, right? You play Challenger Series, that's for both these teams. You make it to the SI Advanced LCQ stage. But another big thing for these teams is a big stepping stone. It's a big podium for themselves to display their skill and to be potentially picked up by organizations, by teams, to have a future for themselves in this game. In that regards, are there any players that you want to highlight that really showed themselves in a good way today?
I think in general, on one side, I'll speak of Project Zero. I'll say Upor had a tremendous impact in the comeback. I think that he was the one stakeholder in defense on the side of Project Zero to get those offensive picks.
If you want a double team kill C4, go for Skeptic as well. Why not? That was incredible moment.
A triple kill, two of them being his teammates. But overall, I'll say this. I think Upor had a huge impact. I think that when the rest of the team played to play the late round in defense, Upor was the one guy that stepped up and got the most important amount of kills. I think that on the side of Panuhone, I think that I cannot look at this team. This was basically crazy, by the way, when I look at this. That 1v1 was absolutely insane. And the resistance from the Azami from Lambe there was absolutely crazy. And eventually he lost it, but he burned a lot of time.
Yeah.
I think when you look at Panuhone, it's really hard to pinpoint a single player because they're so good as a team. And it's such a beautiful compliment to say that I don't think one single player is just stepping up. I think that we're looking at 5 players that just gel so well together.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's a big potential for a Cinderella story too, right? We're looking at the Challenger Series, the future for these players. There's a serious chance they find themselves playing EML next year.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, we had this in EML this year. We had Wild make that step up, have that Cinderella story. They did, of course, go back down. But, you know, that paves the way for another team to do it. And why not?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. There's a chance they see themselves play against the teams that we have behind us on the stage right now. The best that the EML region has to offer. And of course, with the SI coming up, our biggest tournament of the year, there's a very solid chance that even the Tier 2 teams will find themselves there.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours, mon pays et Paris.
It is grand finals time for the EML region. We have the best teams in our region going up against each other. And we'll talk about none other than G2 and Falcons behind us on the stage, getting ready for this big match. We know both teams are qualified to SI, but it's about a lot of other things, right? You get to be that group host, so to say. You don't play any other regional finals champions inside of your group at SI. And looking at the history between these two teams, because they play each other so often, it seems to lean in the favor of Falcons every now and then.
Yeah, it's basically a long-time story, right? We have a hierarchy in the top 3 of Europe.
You keep saying it.
Right now, Falcons...
Hierarchy to that to be broken?
Yeah, well, I will say this. Falcons has been dominating G2 for the past 4 months and a half. They faced each other 4 times, including 1 time yesterday. And it was not close by any means. I felt like Falcons was the better team all over. And if you look at this, they're leading in EPS, they're leading in cost, they're leading in KD, of course. Plus 59 in KD. That's domination to me, Jack.
Yeah, and I think that's testament because when we've seen Falcons drop maybe maps against lower teams in EU, we saw them drop a couple maps against Wild, for example, across the stage. They can have those slip-ups, but not against G2. Not when when they're able to match a level and match a fierce opponent. Falcons just seem to show up, and they've obviously dominated the head-to-head. There's no hiding away from that.
It goes back all the way to Stage 1 finals of EML. That was the last time G2 was actually able to beat Falcons. So for Falcons, they're looking for this resurgence, right? The Stage 2 champions. Yep. But what we saw from them yesterday was a really important thing. They're loosening up a little bit in regards of the IGLing. The fundamentals is what they're focusing on.
Yeah, I think so. Leo alluded to it. He said they're using this a little bit as a training practice to allow each individual to maybe take a little bit more ownership of the rounds, of the calling, of the communication within the team. It's not all just on their IGL leaky fact. Of course, he can step in absolutely when needed. And I think that's really good because what we've seen across Falcons across this whole year is them improving their fundamental siege because they had every other asset, but maybe the fundamental siege wasn't at the level they wanted it to be at last year. So now they've improved that. It really does make them formidable.
Yeah, and if you think about it, what's the last obstacle that they need? They need to overcome the obstacle of the Grand Final in an STR event. And how do you do that? Well, in Grand Finals, sometimes the preset plans just doesn't work, right? You need everyone to pick it up.
You've got to find a way.
Yeah.
You've got to find a way, and it cannot come from only one man. Liquefact is such a great IGL, but you need other players to step up with game vision. And I think that's what they're showing right now. They're showing that everyone can have good game vision, everyone can come. And I think yesterday it gave space to Liquefact, and in the end, he became the player with the best EPS.
I was about to say, that's a crazy side benefit, is that when you allow your all-seeing, all-knowing IGL a little bit of freedom to step away from that because everyone else is making those calls, it allows him the freedom on his personal level to spot opportunities to just create chaos, and that's what he did yesterday.
He uses the game vision that drives the team, but for himself this time, and not for the team, and that's why it's so strong. And I just loved it when I was in the IGL, but I got to play for myself. I was not
because you got off tournament.
I got off tournament. I was not playing like Liquefact, but it was really good.
It worked out for Liquefact yesterday, and on the other side, when we look at G2, there was 2 players having massive performances yesterday too. And the funny thing about that was the 2 players that weren't even feeling all too well yesterday. They talked about that initial matchup with Falcons, having lost it because the mentality wasn't really there. But the scary thing is, they're feeling better today. We heard Doki say it.
Yeah, I mean, I might sound a little bit like a G2 apologist here, and I'm not going to apologize for that, but I will say there is a bit of mitigation. When you've got 2 players that have been very much under the weather, there was actually serious concerns that Stompen wouldn't play this event, that they would be subbing in with cameraman. That's clearly very, very disruptive. They managed to come out yesterday, and they actually managed to get the job done in map 1 against Falcons, and then I think Doki spoke about a drop-off in the mental, a drop-off in the energy. It was clear to see inside that game. I'm not expecting the same G2 as that today. G2 then actually had to go play another best of 3 against Secret, and they came out with that one very, very strong. So I'm actually going to give praise to G2 for yesterday because I thought on the whole, that was a good day.
Yeah, and I would even praise the most important moment for me when we saw them sitting down and eating a meal together after losing to Falcons. It was like, okay, let's close this off. Let's go against Secret, one of the best teams in the world, the one team that they lost to at the Grand Finals of EWC, of course, and they just... Despite the sickness, despite being tired, despite going into another BO3 against another big team, they just got the motivation. They went there. They won that 2-0. That, to me, there's just praise. Like, the mentality on the side of G2 there was super impressive.
It's really good to see that, and I feel like there's 2 players we have to highlight on these rosters. On one hand, we have a player who's been in this game since forever, who's really made a name for himself, put a legacy up against a player who hasn't even played at this level for a whole year yet. We're talking about Shaiko versus Stompen.
Yeah, it's the story of one legend versus one legend in the making. It's the past meeting the future. It's Shaiko versus Stompen. It's the 2 big stars of EML, really, and they're facing today in the 2 biggest teams that we have, the Stage 1 champion versus the Stage 2 champion. Which one can win? Looking at this so far, Shaiko still has the experience and still has the lead, but it was because Stompen was feeling under the weather. If he's feeling a little bit better, either way, we're going to have a great matchup between the next 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think both play different roles on the team. Shaiko's obviously the forefront of his team, the one that's getting in a lot of those very early entry engagements. He's the one that's, making those plays. It's not quite the team revolves around Shaiko as it maybe was previously, whereas Stompin tends to be a little bit more reactive. He waits for Doki, for Loira to create the space, but when that space is created, I don't think there's anybody better in this team.
And you're seeing a lot of these spots where he actually traded his entry role for kind of a lurk, where he basically has his own drone, he plays surrounding the bomb site, he waits for an information, and as soon as movement is created by the rest of his teammates, he will come in and get the kill. Now, sometimes like this, for example, Night Heaven Labs, you see a different take, where he's actually the one getting aggressive, but look here, he plays as the lurk and gets another double kill. So the way that he plays, and the way that he trolls, and the way that he trash talk, I just love the new Shaiko. And then there is Stompin, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. Stompin, he does tend to be a little bit more passive, as I'll say. I think he comes from that Xbox community, being passive, reacting on what your opponent's doing. There was somebody who was actually talking to me about him. It was one of the Team Secret players, and they were saying actually he plays the mental game in this game so well because he waits for you to make the first move all the time, and he is patient and patient and patient. But when he's got players around him, like I said, like he's got Loira and Doki around him that will go and create that space, he can then capitalize on the back of that.
And when he's on the back foot, when his team is on the back foot, for example, like a couple of examples on Cafe where like they're 2v5 or 3v5, he's the one that needs to make the right move, right? Well, he makes the move exactly at the right moment, at the right timing, with the right utility, or the right information, and that's what I think really is showing for him. He's got such a strong game sense on top of the skill.
Yeah, that's incredible, especially for a player that's so young still, technically, coming into this here, showing up as they did yesterday, both of them really. I feel like they are going to be the star of the show for TSL, but should we pick anybody else that has to step up beside them? If we're talking about someone that, say, Shaiko doesn't have his day, say Stompin is still not feeling too good, who would be stepping up beside
You could pick 8 of the best players in Europe because they're both against each other.
Anyone?
And I don't know. I think probably you'd naturally gravitate towards talking about the IGLs here because, we're saying Likifak is maybe taking a little bit of a back foot. He'll still take over when needed. But also, Alamar, we know how important he is for the G2 team. He is the absolute heartbeat of their identity and how they play the game. When he's on it, G2 look incredible.
Yeah, I'm actually more looking towards Solotov on my side for Falcons. I thought he had such an amazing Munich major, maybe a little bit more on the quiet side during this event. So I think that seeing him perform today, I think it would be another fragger that would, really show up some great things for Falcons.
Now, I'd love to see the maps for this as well, because we talk about these players knowing each other through and through. They play each other so often, as we said, 4 times since stage 1 has ended. So even when it comes to map info, they know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a surprise for me. First and foremost, because actually Falcons have chosen to play Skyscraper. Now, one of the big things about that is G2 left open their permaban in Clubhouse, and Falcons did not pick it. They went to Skyscraper instead. Obviously, they did win it yesterday when they played up against G2.
Yeah, it's funny to see it one more time. Now, if we move on to the next map, we're actually going to see the G2 peak. Now, I'm really interested to see, okay, it's going to be Lair. I actually think this is insane because both of these teams were, in my opinion, the best Lair teams in the world when it came out. I thought that EML was really in advance, and if I remember well, they have an incredible track record on it. G2 last played Falcons on it and beat them 8-7. It was super close, 15 rounds, Jack. I'm expecting it to be that close again.
Yeah, I can see a world where it is that close, and then we move through to the Decider. The Decider's going to be Border. Now, not traditionally a map that these two teams play a whole lot, but I will say when they do play it, it has been against each other, and it is usually a barn burner. We associate Border with frags, we associate Border with fast pace. Now, these are 2 of the best teams in the world for that style of siege.
Now, how fitting is it that with the grand final, the last game that we have inside the EML, it's also the last time we'll see Skyscraper inside this region. I feel like it very well fits this matchup here in general. And if you were with us yesterday, you know what time it is. I would like to ask my analysts, who do you think is going to win this matchup? Starting with Jack standing in front of G2.
Well, I started yesterday by saying about how G2 are maybe better individually, and I still believe that. On their day, they are. The 2 key things today. One is Falcons have absolutely bottled the map ban. They've bottled taking G2 to their permaban. Secret bottled Bank yesterday against G2. Falcons have now bottled Clubhouse against G2 today as well. And the second thing is actually Doki and Stompin. I've been told they're feeling much better today. So we're going to see a complete and coherent G2 unit, and they're going to win the game.
So you're telling me that half your argument is the map veto?
Yes.
Isn't that weak, Jack?
No.
Come on, I have history on my side. What happened the last 4 times these guys played each other? Well, Falcons won every time. Falcons went to every single S-tier grand final. And if there's one type of grand final they can win, it's the EML. I mean, there are so many reasons why Falcons should win this. They were already in the lead. They're coming from the upper bracket. And they beat G2 before. I think for me, there is no argument to be made. Falcons are the clear favorites.
especially a big thing going into this one. You know, with having SI in our future, very near future as well with these two teams. We talked about the advantage of winning this matchup. That means you are not going to play against another regional final inside of your group. I got to speak to Leakefak about that earlier. He says, you know, when you get to SI, you got to make sure you beat everybody, but still, it is a bit of an advantage not having to play another strong Titan from another region.
You go in from the big door, and you want to, right? I mean, if you're Falcons, you go to every single grand final, and you're supposed to be the EML champions. I don't think going into SI as anything else, you know, they need that title, I think. It needs to be a given and a legacy, especially after the year they've had.
Feels like a stepping stone, doesn't it? You know, they've spoken about it. They're on this course. Their big goal is to win Sixth Invitational in Paris, in, you know, their home country, and this feels like a stepping stone, and they want to set themselves off on the best foot forward.
Yeah, okay, we talked about the maps a lot going into this one. We saw a close game between these two yesterday. G2 on the losing hand. They talked a lot about the mental. Is that going to be their big win condition?
I actually think so, but mental for themselves, I think from an energy perspective, is maybe what cost them yesterday. I don't think they're going to have that problem today because they've got to get themselves up for one best of 3 and they're feeling better. But also mental as I suppose, an object. These two teams, they've been hurling the text chat at each other. They like to get inside each other's minds. They're obviously good friends. They've been walking around the whole arena together today. They're very, very close, but whoever wins the mental game between the two teams is obviously going to put themselves in an advantage. I was actually just speaking to Doki and Shaiko as well before we came live, and I said, Shaiko, are you going to spawn peek Doki round 1? And he challenged him to go to Geisha and Geisha balcony. So look out for that one, I will say.
We want to see that one.
Doki accepted that challenge as well.
I mean, if there is one team that I think relies the most on the mental gear, has to be G2 because of the playstyle. I think it's a little bit more chaotic. I think they've got the best gunners. Probably the best way to play into it.
Yeah, well, we'll keep our eyes open for round 1 though. But the good news is that the players are ready. So this grand final of EML is about to start with Fluke and Demo.
And here we go. After a year of some of the most competitive, high-impact, high-energy, high-stakes siege we have had in EML across its many, many years, its many echelons and many places, we get, hopefully, one more great series to add to that history of fantastic ones to end our tide. Falcons versus G2, perennial rivals of this region. Will we get yesterday again? Probably the fear of G2 fans, or can we go the distance, Demo?
I hate Doki in chat, honestly. See what he's putting in. Just, first of all, he's called Shaiko Steven. Right? That's the first thing.
He's not called that?
He's called Stefan.
Well, to be fair, we do the same with our observer, Stefan.
Do we?
I call him Steven all the time.
I've never called Easy Steven before in my life.
Anything else you want to build in apart from just Doki text chat?
Oh, well, he's just, you know, he is what he is. Yeah, look, Secret G2. We've seen it before. Like, it's not as though this is like we've never seen this matchup before. That we see this every other week. It feels like half the time, you know. It has been Falcons who's had the run of form over the past number of matches between them, and I think the last time that G2 actually were able to beat them was all the way back in stage 1. You know, and that is going back quite a bit from then, and. You know, I think Falcons.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Obviously, they had a bit of a rocky stage 1. I think is the best way to put it. Kind of hangover, I guess, from the kind of year that they had. You know, where they made every single final. And then obviously G2. You know, with Stompin coming into the lineup, you know they look rejuvenated. I think both teams have kind of settled into the stride. Look, they're still the top 2 teams in this region. You know, Secret, again, placing 3rd. That's your big 3. We always mention about that. Look, it's going to be a great game nonetheless. Skyscraper being the first map, I'm not surprised. Look, this map's getting tossed anyway, so you may as well throw it out there. This is going to be their last time on Skyscraper, and we'll see how they do.
The more you say it, the more it strikes into my heart. I'll miss Skyscraper. I enjoy it. Yeah, I've said it.
Does.
But it is the most defender-sided drive, right? As soon as you have a map, as soon as you have a map that takes that mantle, as we've seen from, you know, Villa, when Villa was around again, it's a similar sort of argument of get rid of it, change things up. Oregon was a slightly different affair when we moved that on because we just Or when a map earns the name
got bored of it.
Yeah, you kind of know where it's going to go. But, as you said, may as well bring it and may as well have it brought. Stompin finds the first kill of our series against EFAC. Ooh, and almost to follow through on towards Solotov. He's playing a dangerous rappel game here. Outside and being caught by Dragon, but in the meantime, you can see that Falcons, they're probing from many different angles. They're just having a look in, see if they can try and find a route, see if they can try and find an option. And G2 are just not letting them. They're stepping outside the building. They're stepping in. They're about to hit the close fire fight. And I think Solotov, does he know? Oh, no. Loira drifts on by, gets the second. And this round is seemingly hurtling towards a quick result. Frida is the next to fall. G2 opened as they mean to continue, theoretically. Psycho still trying to struggle his way up the black stairs. And Users, meanwhile, elsewhere. Well, he's had to replace 3 Days' position. Does get one. Is instantly under fire.
Yeah, main issue again with Skyscraper's getting in. You know, getting into the building, it's the tricky thing, and this is just an outright lockout from G2. Yeah, just nothing really on the board for Falcons. Didn't get anything moving. Don't tell me it's the chair. Was the chair the issue in the round? Was that it?
Yes.
He may say yes, but I don't know. It's it felt as though that they wanted to go for the clear across, but they didn't really commit to all that much, you know. And I think with the way that we've kind of seen Falcons playing Skyscraper in the past, you'll have the main bulk of the forces pushing, you know, towards Office and things like that. Then Shaiko will be just doing his own thing. That's one thing about Skyscraper. You'll always see Shaiko by himself. I always remember there's a very funny thing. I think Jack did a kind of, I think he did a Telestrator on it, where we seen Shaiko Nomad, and he placed every single air jab for himself. No air jabs in the flanks, nothing, everything going for himself, and he just sat outside Black Balcony the whole time. I always remember that. Very, very funny. Yeah,
you know,
exactly. Yeah. He deserves it.
He deserves it. He's earned it. All right. He's earned it.
What Shaiko wants, Shaiko gets.
Well, it was a strong start from G2, I think. They sort of made in a weird way, a moral stand, right? Of let's make sure the fight is early. Let's make sure that they're not able to get comfort anywhere. And let's make sure that off the rip, from the back of the series that was played, yesterday against each other, different energy. And yeah, you know, stories about illness, stories about being in these sort of different turns of things. But when you look at the sort of overview of how the series played out, G2 being able to get the energy on the first map, I don't think it was still prime energy chaotic of G2, if that makes sense. You're the biggest G2 fan I know. You'll see the differences.
This is always a difficult matchup for me because I love both these teams. So yeah, it's always a tough one. I don't want to see either of them lose, but sadly, someone does.
Someone's gotta. Well, from this point onwards, let's see if Falcons can, I guess, be the rebuttal. As you said, Shaiko likes to find his way in on his own, see if he can get some sort of result. He's happy in that sort of element. He's happy in that engagement, and Skyscraper is happy to sort of play into that at points. As you said, the Nomad can be used to buy yourself some route in, but think about how boxy it is, how you can really sort of corner an angle solo. You don't need 4 different players to watch 3 different angles. Oh, that is a shame. That is a shame, and that is one that he'll probably be frustrated about. But Alamau, count your luck, and Loira, count another kill. Solotov, first off the board.
Yeah, that's one thing about Loira. I've never seen a man who just fears nothing. You know, that guy will take any engagement against anyone in the world, and 9 times out of 10 comes away winning them. Oh, Useless gets picked off by Alamau, especially whenever we know what could have happened. There is the trade, but still, this is good for Falcons good for G2. Being able to shut down the Falcons' approach with taking off operators like your Nomad, who obviously would have brought in, you know, the air jabs to cover off the flanks, and then also the flashbangs, but more importantly, the Capitao, you know, the real pushing operator that Falcons have brought into the lineup is gone. So now just G2, really what do they have to be worried about? Just sit in your hands and trade? Don't do that, though.
Well, I mean, you know, they tried to get out of there. They tried to get themselves to a better position. They thought the cover of the smoke would get them one, but Shaiko swings out, gets the kill from the side of Dragon, and was Loira gets one. Shaiko gets one more. Pops over the head of Blaz, and, you know, he's just looking for bodies and looking to try and put more down. What a position he's drifted in. Doki's gone down. Loira's now alone. There's Shaiko just picking it up, and Likivac pushes, but the fact that you were like, yeah, Shaiko likes to just sort of go on his own and get kills. Oh boy, does he.
Oh, it's that round's just off the back of Steffi LeBlue. Simple as that. How does he do that? He makes the game look so simple, where it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be simple. Now look, if you want to be critical, obviously Stomping gave himself away, you know, for free. No possibility of a trade there. Especially, like I mentioned, the position that G2 were in. In the 3v4, knowing that you've knocked off a Nomad and a Capitao, you don't have to do anything crazy. You don't. But they just feed him. You know, even Blaz swinging up into Shaiko of all people. You don't do that. That's EML rule number 1.
What's EML rule number 2?
I don't know. Like, I only ever live by one rule.
It's that Leo is très fashionable.
10 seconds.
Is that
rule number 3? Rule number 3, Jack is bold.
Well, we sort of break that rule.
I miss Bold Jack. He was a happy fellow. He was a happy fellow. Pink hair Jack was a good one as well. That was another one I liked.
Classic Jax. Jax defined by his hair era.
He hasn't done his hair in a while. It's been a good long time since that.
It's too cool for
I don't know what. He should bring it back.
Mohawk era. Anyway, we're in the EML Finals era. And we have had back and forth. Solotov has, so far, he's been a body removed twice, and he's back on the window where the second one happened. Maybe nightmares will come, maybe nightmares will occur. The slow and steady drift happens. Like, just the aggression. What, 40 seconds gone in the round, and they're already trying to drive their way up via Shrine. They're looking at the cross angle to see if anybody tries to maybe move across this gap, hoping they're not in the position. We saw almost the same thing from Usus the previous round, right? Got himself in on towards Karaoke, looking towards the main stairs. Couldn't quite get the kill on towards Alamau, but Falcons are no muss, no fuss. This is where I want to be. This is where I want to put the pressure on. Blaz, he's playing on that sort of off-the-piste balcony position. Solotov makes a bit of noise, creates a bit of attention. Nothing otherwise comes his way. G2, they've made their mark in the sand. It is this transition in towards Drum and out of Shrine and out of Terrace. Falcons are just trying to see if they can find a way to crack that egg.
Yeah, they're just hoping that they can find the first pick, and you can see that some of their players are playing pretty ratty. Loira swings out to Black Balcony, but that's where Shaiko was stationed up. Solotov, oh, I thought he had the read on the Blaz, but Blaz is able to win out with a P90. Bride has a kill, but Doki right on back with a kill of his own on the Usus. So 3-on-3 is how it sits with a minute remaining.
I mean, again, it's just making sure that there's somebody else to put that pressure in. You think about what's been removed here. Solotov, unfortunately, the Capitao gone. Those bolts for the coverage. You're now looking at just trying to throw yourself into what is the site, but you kind of need some things to throw off the sightline of your opponents. You're playing against the C4. You've, okay, maybe got a straight shot, but if they try and retake the verticality here, if they've got the Solace into this position, well, what do? Do you drop one down? Do you try and double up with the fight? The Solace is on that goal. On the hunt round, on the back door. Blaz has to time this perfectly, because if they go, they hand them a massive advantage in the final push, but there's Doki getting one, and suddenly it's just two in the site. The Solace retaking above, and maybe a post plant. No, they pull off, they go for the engagements instead, but they can't quite win it out. Alamau drive-bys, there's the pressure from above. Doki is down, fine. It's a 2 versus 1, 10 seconds. He's in and out of sushi. He's trying to find some sort of recipe he can cook that can make this round a little bit more palatable. There's a pistol swing, but with 7 seconds and a Solace, surely Blaz can get this one over the edge. They just have to play it smart, not get caught. They get caught! No! No! What have I just seen?
Oh my God!
Maybe one of the best clutches I've ever seen.
Brady, you're the best. I swear you're the best, Brady.
I can't believe that.
No, Brady, you're the best.
EFAC's doing the commentary for us. He is the best. He is the best. You'll never see that again.
Never.
Well, look, as much as we want to praise
He's
Bride,
so calm. Look how calm he is in the camera.
We have to say on G2 side,
I'd have punched monitors.
That's a bad one from G2.
I'm real.
That's a gut punch.
That's wow.
It's always Bride. It's always him.
I just want to watch it again.
See the time. Yeah, he just baited the absolute daylight, to be fair.
Oh my god!
Okay, he dropped the kit, right? So they thought he was planting.
Yeah.
It's genius. Every level of that is genius. Oh my god. Love this game, man. I love this game! All right, we're on attack pause. I don't love this bit, but what a way for it to start, hey? 3 rounds in, we've had big blows, we've had back and forth, and we've had a moment like that. I just want more of this, continually. Give us a best of 5.
Oh, it's already, after a few rounds, we've already been treated to just moments FC at the moment. I mean, Falcon still can't go for it. Like, EFAC's loving that one.
I would be. But, yeah. I want to be back in immediately. Anyway, it's a back and forth start. Obviously, Skyscraper is the bigger Falcons. We're gonna have the replay again. Can we have it in like slow-mo? Can we see the how much time was left?
I think you're looking at 0.2 seconds.
There's one. How many? So he's dropped the kit.
Yeah,
less.
0.004, I think that was.
0.004.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Just a joke. Just an absolute joke.
It's like, I don't know. I'll speak romantically for a moment, but even after 10 years of this game, you see moments like that, and it's like feeling like a kid again. It's just, it's everything you want from this. Like, it's intelligent, it's baiting the soulless, it's the knowledge, it's the pre-aim, and it's just taking the chance with it. And
it's like the nostalgia hit, because it's Bride, it's the equivalent of Ness going in and getting an ace on Ash. And it's the same with a Bride clutch. It hits hard because we've seen it how many times over the years?
He's a genius of the game.
He's best clutcher. He is the guy that you would want in any 1vx. It's that guy. Has there ever been anyone who's had more memorable clutches than Bride? I don't think it.
In the grand scheme of things, probably not.
You know what's more of a? Do you know what's actually more of a disservice? How come that guy hasn't got a spot named after him yet?
Because he makes too many. You'd have to name a room. You'd have to name a map. You know? I mean, okay. We'll bring ourselves back down to earth as we find ourselves being brought back into Skyscraper. Well, that round, I mean, technically, what was a 2 versus 1 in the sort of clutch? There was obviously Doki was down elsewhere, downed, I think, by Bride as well. I don't remember if we saw that, but he was the one in the kitchen, and Doki was down inside prep, so it would make sense logistically. Falcons, they get themselves 2 attacks on Skyscraper. That's pretty happy work for most people, but remember, round 2 was Shaiko doing Shaiko things. Round 3 is Bride doing Bride things. What's round 4 gonna be?
A lot of people would tell you already that it's already gone for G2. You know, the best that they're gonna get is an OT. Because that's just how demanding Skyscraper is as a map. And I would be inclined to agree with said people. typically 5-1s are what we're used to in Skyscraper. You know, that is the scoreline that a lot of the times defenders will just have their way with the attackers, just with how difficult it is to get in this building, with the layered approach, with not a lot of options in terms of attacks. You really have, at best, 2 ways to attack a bomb site, and that is it. It does kind of strain the attackers in terms of what they do. And the worst thing as well is if you lose an operator, it just makes the map feel that much larger and harder to clear than what it already was. So yeah, already a brilliant start for Falcons, and they still have the opportunity to get more attacks, especially now that we know the morale and momentum is going to be with them after a round like that. That is going to be a demoralizer round for G2.
The thing is, it was, yeah, sure, okay, but it was almost such a good clutch that I think I'd be like, damn, that was good. It would get me more hyped. Anyway.
Did you just snort a cast?
Yeah, I did. I'm eating a bagel at the same time as casting. I need my carbs for this. It's going to be this all the whole time. Let's go, let's go. They're dead. Doki's got him.
Oh, that was...
Efax caught out. There's a double for Doki and one for Alamau.
Feels like first round. They've just can't get into the building.
What has happened? Guys, you know how I was like, oh, round 2 was a Shaiko 3K. Oh, round 3 was a Bride 4K. What's round 4 gonna be? A flawless G2.
Yeah. Surely you know where it is at Shaiko. They know. Yeah. You should know where he is.
It's not a flawless. Nice one. There's one.
Nice one, Doki. Nice one. Nice.
Please. I don't want to have a repeat of the clutch that we had to Palu on the other day against Furia. We won't.
Yeah, look.
Some of the audience just loudly say G2.
I heard a few I'm gonna never say a few. Probably maybe 3 people there. So 3 G2 fans. That all we have.
G2. There we go.
Thank you.
It's the G2 guy.
That's me.
You are the G2 guy.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. We've had it all. We've had it all so far, and we're 4 rounds deep.
It's a fun game. But that is the bomb site, though, that obviously Falcons have struggled with. They've lost it twice. It's now locked out for the remainder of the half. So they will get to go to places that they've already won. Of course, being the exhibition and then also in towards Kitchen eventually. Thing is, though, for G2, you'd have to argue both times that they were up here should have locked out as well. I mean, Falcons, the only 2 rounds that they've had is off the back of individuals performing big. So, still for Falcons, it hasn't been the greatest Skyscraper from them, even though they do set 2 rounds apiece. I haven't really seen the strategy or the attack come into fruition. You know, it hasn't really got going. It's just been down to Shaiko going big, and obviously Brede doing what he does best.
Yeah.
Ready.
And I think that's maybe, you know, as I sort of said at the point, right, they've got themselves to 2 rounds. Is 2 rounds for them enough on their map? Is 2 rounds enough for them to be confident? Their attack is, what, 64% win success rate over the 3 times that sort of got recent track of them playing it. Their defense is even better. 66%. And then you're looking on the other half of it, G2, that it falls off a cliff. 58% on their defense, and then pretty much half that for their attacks. Which does worry you when you get to the second half of this game. So not just even on their stats, on G2 stats, they might have convinced themselves, but they don't want just that. Solitov finds his first kill of the game. Finally puts down Loira, who, to be honest, I think has gotten a couple against him already. So it's really nice bit of revenge. As they're just feeding Flores drones into the stomping machine.
Mm-hmm.
I can't quite find where to put the first foot in.
Yeah, it's a good start, though. I think picking off Loira, where I always feel every great thing that happens in G2, it follows through Loira at some point. And taking him off the board, yeah, going to be a massive pick in the long run of this round. But you can see Falcons, they know they have that first pick. We're just going to slow the game down. You know, I think Skyscraper, especially on this bomb site, if you want to go direct, you will have a lot of time just to do the basics right. You know, get the walls open, start pressuring different util pinpoints. Solitov has been eliminated by Blaz, and Alamar responds. A great swing takes down Shaiko. Oh, and another one, Use This, also goes down. G2 Just swinging for days.
I mean, look at that. 3 for Alamau. We have ourselves another multi-kill within the opener, and we have ourselves...
Who's outside?
Doki, who's fishing. And we have ourselves G2 back in the lead. Alamau had himself some success, but they were just aggressive, right? As soon as Falcons tried to set themselves up anywhere, inside or outside the map, G2 were sort of responding. Lawyer was a bit of a false start on that. Lawyer was caught, but the fact that then they could keep doubling down, I mean, Stompin never stopped sort of harassing out the balcony and harassing the Flores. Doki was all over the shop. You had Alamau obviously swinging down the stairs, out the sort of close samurai armor window and display window, and it's just... It's what they needed to do, right? Don't let Falcons get comfy.
Yeah, again, Falcons getting the first pick, and obviously I think they got caught in the transition where they were gearing up, ready to start executing onto the bomb site. And then whenever you have Alamau who just swings, hits his shots, you know, it's strong, we know it is. We head now into that kitchen and barbecue, and again for G2, should have won it the last time, we know they should have. Blaz has the confidence to pick up the Solus again. And, you know, it's always a little bit of a worry. I mean, the chat, sometimes you just look at and think, these are the guys who are the best in the world, really? This is the best we've got to offer?
If they're not typing smile, if you don't like them at their typing smiley faces, you don't deserve them at their winning international events.
Well, that's an issue for Falcons and G2, who haven't won things in a while.
Listen, there's a reason I didn't finish that as like majors or SIs or whatever, okay? Oh, don't get baited.
You've been baited.
Fully baited. I mean, to be fair, EFAC, you know, Liquefact was working. He was droning out stuff, but it's just the knowledge of, well, they've played a Solus before. Let's just be
and they've been very aggressive, haven't they, this map? So I think it's pretty obvious. I think obviously the alibi pick will attract a lot of attention. Look, the operator is pretty useless. The gadget doesn't do anything. I think it's the best way to put it. Definitely an operator that needs this. This is the one that needs the rework. The only thing going for her is the gun. You know, the MX4 Storm, fantastic weapon, great RPM, can shred you at an instance. That's really all you got going with it. You know, not much else. And oh, slammed. There we go. Solid. I was worried there.
Oh.
Good trade.
There's one behind him, though. It's either side. It's just traded back and forth all over the kitchen, and everybody's made a bloody mess. Nobody's in a position to really mop that up, but they just kept on throwing bodies. It was a great response, but as Shaiko gets one on the top, something does find the loose player. Look at the positions, though, of Shaiko and Users. A bit spread out. They're going to see if they can try and get a little bit closer together.
Wait for the track.
Yeah, there it is. On the track, they know exactly where he is. He's behind a hard wall. He'll have some safety, but they can use this to plant behind. That's the main thing. The Daemons can plant. Yeah, I know where you are. You're in this fight. You can't get anywhere closer. There's, at least one, but now 1 versus 1. Users versus Stompin. He's been in this situation many times before, but he's always a very tough competitor. The grenades will force some time, force some motion, and then force the fight. But Users slips on by down a secondaries at a showdown. But the position now Users has, he's forced him in the middle of a mistake. I decided the last bullets are the ones that matter the most and sing the sweetest song.
No emotion, by the way, from Stompin. He's just the aura. No reaction. Just another day in the office for him.
We're all gas,
another
no brakes.
Clutch. Look, Falcons 1v2 was played well up until the point where Shaiko thought, I'll have a go. And then it came crashing down. Shaiko doesn't need to swing in that 1v2. Does not need to swing. They done the right thing. Wait until the track comes in. Allow the Demos to get the plant down and then play your trade. But Shaiko goes off on his own. He does a little bit of trolling and that's what happens. You give one of the best 1v1 players in the game a 1v1. Who thought that was a good idea?
Technically, it was a 1 versus 3, though, at one point. I mean, what a half. What are for Siege? I need a break.
I think Falcons are still happy though. Like, again, 2 rounds. Still, it is enough in some circumstances. And, you know, with G2, where they can be a little bit dodgy on the attacks, it's, yeah, I think it's
literally the last bullet.
G2.
What's the last bullet? I agree, Doki. How many bullets does he take? Well, actually, you gotta hit them, but... I mean, okay. If we... All right, I'm gonna take off my fan hat right now. I'm gonna take off my screaming hat, my shouting hat, my play-by-play hat for a second. And I'm gonna look at the sort of structure of how that came out. Big clutches only happen, 1, because of a player's brilliance, fine. But 2, because the opponents have in some way given them an opportunity. If everything was surgical, if we lived purely by numbers and we were all robots playing Siege, then theoretically those situations would never happen. You're looking at Falcons getting a clutch round out of it. You're looking at, obviously, G2 getting a clutch round just back. But removing those, you still favor G2's aggression and how they've met a lot of the first half. As you said, Falcons, they're happy with the 2, but now is going to be the example of whether it's just the map that was given G2 that energy, or it's the energy that they want to hit this whole series with. Solotov finds Loira. The eternal battle of those 2 continues to go, but think about what's now been removed, at least half of the hard breach. And they've just got Blaz, and wherever the 6 are left, does get a bit of a lucky spray on towards Solotov without really knowing about it on the other side of the barricade, and they'll just peel themselves back. Has the clash, has... or at least a lot of hard walls, and because they've removed the ace, they can play this space a lot more. Ooh, goodbye. Alamau had the watch, and now has the head of Solotov.
Yeah, good drone work from Alamau. Typically, whenever you see him on an operator like the Twitch, he will be, you know, looking to make plays, doing a lot of drone work just for himself, and then trying to play off that, and there we go, he's been rewarded with a kill. So... they have been able to get the 1 back, but still difficult enough, especially whenever you have this clash on board that someone is going to have to deal with it, you know, at some point. And you can see that EFAC kind of by himself. Well, Users is here now beside him, but a little difficult for them. And execute, perhaps. Doki, where are we going? Walking for a Fenrir. Straight into the open arms of Brede.
4 versus 3. Brede getting themselves just that tip on the balance. Still have a good possibility here, but stomping after his moment of brilliance as the clash just drifts on by. He's not going to get anything from there, and rightfully so peels back before suddenly pressure comes from elsewhere. There's obviously the watch, the back stairs with the shotgun, so with a minute, now's the time. Do you go for the rotate all the way around? Do you see if you can still find something here, or do you try and support this, the lateral push that's happening its way across? Because otherwise, if you leave it too much longer on a map like Skyscraper with how big it is, it's, you know, a 40-second rotate to get to this position, and they're still trying to cross this big divide out of Shrine, out of Terrace, and on towards the pressure on the site itself. And a close swing. Ooh, is actually gifted to him. Alamau found it with the tail end of the clip. And now the motion in towards Geisha, but looks away at the worst possible time. Shaiko gets Blaz, and Shaiko gets a second. Stomping caught out. Cold Kit on the far side. And yeah, EFAC, I think, just took that damage from his teammate more than the approach. The clash can just bully on the doorway as Shaiko breakdances.
Yeah, really good idea there from Falcons, realizing that G2 will probably try and look for the kind of rat mentality. You're bringing in operators like the Fenrir, like the Clash, who can shut down those individuals who are trying to expose the staircases, you know, the open doorways that you can use. We've seen the example from Doki. Thinks, oh, I can maybe just walk in and pick off Brede, who's on the black stairs. But no, the Fenrir trap is there. It shuts him down. Then we've seen the crouch swat come in from the Dokkaebi, trying to walk up main stairs. Look who rotates. It's the Clash. Scares away that approach. And I just think it got to the point where G2 were out of ideas because they had been countered. Their initial aggressive notions of using the Dokkaebi calls to try and gain ground and find those important rooms like Geisha, for example. If that doesn't get going, it never will. You know, you don't have a second chance, I feel, sometimes in Skyscraper if your first kind of plan doesn't plan out the way you hoped it would.
Now, before we find ourselves, personally, I guess, too much further in towards this side, we're almost pulling ourselves level, right? And it's Skyscraper, as I said, it's not going to be the biggest end of the world if you're on sort of 2 attacks, but that's the sort of risk against Falcons, who are a very strong defending team on this map. When you struggle with your attacks, you have to try and find something to maybe pull the pressure. As you said there, they knew exactly what was going to happen, right? They expected this play from G2. These two teams have played each other a million times. It's Sisyphean. They're pushing the boulder up the hill against each other every single time. And at this point, you just try and find something that can make that push a little bit better. But the prediction of how they like to, how they will, and how they attempt as EFAC is caught out, that's the smoke gone pretty quickly underneath. I don't think any canisters have been used. I hadn't heard any pop, but now they've got this vertical pressure, but he's not going to hang around. Alamau knows that they could put some pressure back onto him. He's in a bit of a sticky situation. Let's play the 5 versus 4. Let's bring things back a little bit.
The wall open. Mirror window. Oh, will remain. The impact comes in just last moment. So it actually almost gives Shaiko not only the mirror window, but also an opportunity to peek up from it. And the mirror window will be disabled via the Ash breaching around. So Bride loses his eyes. Yeah, Solotov. Oh, brilliant from Solotov. Uses the Vigil scanner to nullify the effect of the Grimbees, which Lawyer was using as a makeshift kind of flight protection.
Well, with another little trade inside the side itself, Alamau on the roll of the Ash did their best to try and play the Ash, and it has had some effect. However, you've still got 3 problems to get through, and there's the biggest one. Shaiko swings around Dragon. Solotov swings on Doki. Stompen does get one, but Shaiko brings this game back level. Falcons have been able to lock themselves in, and will we get that timeout conversation from the side of G2? It's probably time for it, right? Yeah, should
okay, now, okay, guys.
There it is.
I think like we can do like if they don't play like Valdenai, we can do the Geisha push because we have the cap open, like play for the open kill phase, okay? Like so, like we do the nades, play everyone compact, and if they play the Valdenai, like let's like try to play the split, but like instead Calgo with Lore, Calgo karaoke because like remember they have the guys that
they were playing with 2 guys upstairs.
2 guys off, then like maybe the gap is gonna be base, okay? So like we have 2 options, okay? And look for karaoke guys, I think we can do the phase fuck because like we can have the puck below, lowering the puck, and you can play like if they don't ban the green blast, they're gonna repeat the visual there, and then the user can play the IQ, okay, for the visual. So have the buck for the with the green, and if you play visual, have the IQ to scan him. Okay, so we kill him the base fuck, and then you can split later on.
What's your takeaway there, Demo?
Well, they want to try and go Geisha. I think that's obvious. I think they've obviously done their research and they know that there's opportunities that they can try and exploit. And obviously this is the tertiary bomb site that will be headed into. And naturally, whenever you think about the third bomb site choice, this is usually the opportunity where the attackers will get their rounds. You know, before then they have to go and repeat the cycle again. So it is a very important round that they need to get over the line, because if they don't win this, then they know that Falcons will have the other 2 bomb sites available to them to lock out the game. So they really need this round to keep them in this matchup.
I mean, if this round goes away and then you start looking up the sort of immediate follow-through of the second map, it's always that split, right? Because yesterday when we had the showdown, the first map was back and forth to a level, and then it was 7-2, 7-2. It was pretty plain sailing for the rest of the series from the side of Falcons. Here, it's been back and forth up towards this point. G2 did what they couldn't do yesterday. They tied at least 3 rounds in a row. But then when you had the G2 in the second series, it was a power that they just didn't have in that first setup, and you know they've brought themselves back in towards this game. The fact that we could be ending on a border of a best of 3 series there. I mean, we've already had a demonstration of how the map can play with aggression from the T2 finals earlier on today. I think it will be a slightly different energy, as you would expect on the tier 1 side, but at the same time, it's still the same ethos, and it's a high energy ethos. So trying to get some solid control of each other in this early is the swing. Now, Blaz gets the breach open. They know about the terrace player. You can see Loira maybe trying to make their way around on the back, and I mean, Shaiko's still looking.
Feeling it.
Just wants the smoke.
Well, is this geisha take that we mentioned, we heard in the timeout. That's the area that they want to try and exploit. Dokubi still being a prevalent operator here for G2. Gonna net any kills from it? Doesn't look like it. I think just maybe gonna be used to take a bit of ground as EFAC is to fall back from the shrine position he was in. So it will give control of that side of the map over to G2, but in for G2, not a whole lot happening yet. Still waiting for this execute to come in, but it's EFAC who draws first blood. Down goes Alamau.
Well, down goes Blaz as well. Quick to follow and maybe quicker to have the round pull away. You just finds Loira and Stomp in his court. And what? I mean, to steal a phrase, piece de résistance from the French. If you didn't know, Demo, if you didn't know.
Oh, I have a guy for that.
Leo?
Yeah.
Milosh?
Yeah.
Anne? Oh, no, that's Dutch.
No.
That's Dutch.
I don't know if you noticed, obviously the Fenrir have been giving them a lot of problems. The Impact EMP'd the top of the drum door to remove the Fenrir, to then hopefully just walk in and take their trades. And then there was also an Alamine stacked up on it too. So the Alamine went off instead that time. Can't win.
I mean,
win G2. It's tricky for them trying to... I think whenever you know a team is forcing through all these traps, surely you think, okay, is the crouch walk idea, is that the best way to go about this?
It as you sort of pointed out before, it reads like a team that knows how the other team wants to bring the game, right? Yeah. It's a bit of a lockout here. Falcons, they've got themselves the perfect rotate on their defenses, 3 in a row. They're feeling pretty good. And if you look at the sort of split of kills when we got into this half, it wasn't actually that fantastic overall the entire series. I think Shaiko was the only positive player across the entirety of Falcons. G2, pretty much everybody outside of Blaz was. Slowly that balance has just shifted here on towards Falcons attacks because there always seems to be a different player propped up and G2 can't quite find that freewheeling energy. We complimented them on when they're on their defense. Think about how electric they were, how mobile they were. And here with the limitations, you know, a mute and the 2 wall denials, you're sort of making a statement of how you want to get in towards this fight. But as you've sort of pointed out, is this because they've already... It's like a sunk cost fallacy, right? They knew that they wanted to limit this play, but that's not what's really messed them up.
No. It's not been the issue. The issue is finding little pockets of space and... I mean, whenever he pulls off that first, you know, that free piece that we've seen in round number... Was it 2? Round number 2? He just has that confidence behind him and Shaik will swing anything that moves. You know, this is just him locked in that mode. It's a tough one for G2 and it's just going to keep getting tougher. Solotov, who as well has had a pretty good solid game too. You know, he's always been in there finding picks where he can. Loira has responded with 1, but again for G2 it's the same issues. Trying to work their way into different positions and just getting battered as they try and go for it.
Well, Solotov, I mean, he struggled in the opening 4 rounds. He couldn't connect with anybody. And then he got the opening kill 3 times in a row. He turned it on. He found his moment. And he's complimenting Doki for getting the catch. But now it's a 3 versus 2 with a minute 30. Still all in chat. He's live in the game as well.
He's not even dead. He's sitting there doing this.
He's just... Well, they're about to find themselves in a fight. Still a couple of keeper barricades in pocket. Looking back, if they want to try to rebuild some structure, you assume that there'll be again the Ela, the chance to swing in, the chance at slowing down anyone that makes the immediate route in. And yeah, you've got the Twitch to try and remove some of these pockets of utility, try and remove some of this, and it's a kind of must pick with this energy. But with how frequent the position changes of Falcons have been, you're always scared of them coming around the back. There goes Shaiko. Doki just peels himself back to reload, to repace, and probably to open team chat as well.
Well, he's actually looking at his teammates' monitor to have an understanding of what they could do here. Did you notice that little bit of a glimpse? And yep, it's all for naught. EFAC just stood on the door, holds him at Alamau on a sliver of HP. Even the impact from users will probably finish him off. And They're calling him out.
Shaiko's calling you out to play. on the default cam. They know where he is. 20 seconds. They set themselves up a cross angle here, so he can't plant because as soon as he tries to cross that divide, he will get got. Instead, as soon as he swings into one, well, the other does that. Falcons. They keep the roll going from being at the 2-4 split to now 6-4. They are pretty close and pretty confident in pushing this one to its natural conclusion.
Yeah, I think G2 are just out of ideas now. Obviously, timeout was used. Didn't get anything from it. This is the sad reality of Skyscraper. And again, this is probably the advocation of why it was taken out, is you get these momentum shifts where it is just so one-sided to the defense. Things like this happen. And I think for that reason, it's why, we've seen it as the least played map throughout the whole year. It's for that reason teams know the volatility of this map if you necessarily don't get the side start that you want. Like, I think this would be a much different game, don't forget, if Falcons didn't clutch the rounds that they did. G2 could have maybe been 6-0 up and could have been a 7-0. Like, we don't, like, that's the way that this map works with a momentum shift. It just so happens that Falcons had a couple of moments of brilliance, and that's what's kind of disrupted the flow of what a traditional Skyscraper kind of looks like. So yeah, this is what happens. Now you head over towards the office, and
bomb located by attackers.
I think the idea from G2 last time was very direct. They just wanted to try and flood in through the breaches, in through the windows. They didn't really give that much of attention towards the kind of Geisha side, kind of clearing over towards Karaoke and T. So I wonder if maybe they'll try and change things or just stick with it with the same direct take. But based on their lineup, it doesn't look like the best direct lineup. I mean, really, where is your pushing power? Where are the operators that make us go, oh, you need them for the util? Where's your Capitan? Where's your Grim? Really, what have they got? They've got a couple of flashbangs and that's it. Like, where's it going to come from? Where's it going to come from?
I guess I'll have to try and prove the point here at this, because as you said, they're missing it. What they do have is a chance of maybe getting some pressure in. But last time we were here, a lot of the groundswell of this round came from Alamau, sort of crouching his way in, getting the kill underneath, and then getting a kill inside the core of the site as well when things went away from them. And that was kind of really it. It's a sort of strange divide. Between the first half, we had, of the 6 rounds, 4 of them had at least a multi-kill in them that defined how the kill went. And on this, we've had a Shaiko 3K on the very first round, and since then, it's just been even-handed siege. And that's something that Falcons on the defense, with that as the benefit, is working so much more in support of. They have their eyes in. I'm wondering if they're just going to try and go a bit quick and snappy here. They're about to meet Shaiko. They're free-firing the angles. He said he wants to swing everything, but, well, there's Bride just catching out Doki. Now they've lost the twitch. Now they've lost that position. The bait was in, hopped under the cover of it, but caught out by the C4 afterwards. Bride had the response. I mean, it was necessary. Bride has a third, and he's already pulled off one meteoric moment. That absolute French superstar, but are we about to see another couple to push this one over the edge? The Clash is chasing somebody. Alamau and Blaz
so far away from each other.
Yeah, and you can see there Blaz sort of putting his head back, because anything that they tried to work towards, it's gone. The Clash is just feeding all of this, saying, look, I've got Alamau. He can't cross this divide. They're running out. They're trying to find the other loose player, who's Blaz on the far side, far balcony, but now the Clash is reporting that as well. As soon as they get close, there's pings. Blaz does get Solotov. Ooh, just misses the header. One, but there's users to drift it back. Blaz gets Bride. Lickivac's causing so many problems. And it's users. They know he's on the split. They're predicting the swing round. He's dropped the shield. He's turtle moding. And now he's not. And he's on and he's off. And it's 10 seconds left. And oh, he's baiting all of the engagement. But Falcons, pretty clean flying in the second half.
Yeah, sweep. No problems at all on their defense. Look, it's Skyscraper's what we expected. I think G2, the initial game plan was just locked down immediately. Falcons knew what they were up against. They brought the right operators in to deal with the sneaky plays that G2 tried to lay down. And really, once they lost that first full cycle, they lost 3 defenses in a row, they just looked lost. They were out of ideas. They didn't know what they needed to do to beat Falcons.
I think it's one of the sort of things where whether they hit their head against the brick wall or not, it's lessons to learn before we go into map 2, where they'll be back on their attack, and we will be back after a quick break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Falcons win the first map here in this grand final of EML against G2. And in what a way as well. We saw the first half, the second half very dominant on the side of Falcons, but it's a grand final and we saw some very big moments in this game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls at home, will have heard us say time and time again, when these two teams, when the top teams come head to head, what dominates, what's the big differentiator? It's the key moments. And I think it starts off, Shaiko, huge triple kill it starts off with. But then what is to follow? It's potentially one of the best clutches I've seen in a long, long time. Of course, it's Brede with 0.09, was that? I don't know. He went very, very close. Massive clutch from Brede, and that started Falcons off. That was actually one of the only two attacks that they managed to win. But that ended up being crucial, Leo.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we thought that G2 was fighting back. They fight back with this incredible triple kill and 1v2 from Stompen. And, you know, we said it, right? When Falcons and G2 face each other, they're so good. It's in the top 1%. It's those final moments. But I think at that war, I think Shaiko won. I think that Shaiko and Falcons won in general because Brede gets a clutch, because Shaiko gets multi-kills, because Solotov gets on the vigil and is almost unable to predict wherever he is and is getting multi-kills. It's the hard part. It was a clear defender-sided Skyscraper, nothing new here. It was, by the way, the last time that we were going to see Skyscraper in EML.
Yeah.
And so the last time we see that much of a defender-sided.
Which makes it amazing that we saw a defender-sided map because it is the most defender-sided map in the pool, but also an simply incredible clutch from Brede that ended up being the difference maker.
Yeah, exactly. And with these little moments that we see, with the big moments, right, I guess we have to call them, it all comes down to details, right? We're seeing things like Brede trying to beat the Solus, or trying to bait the Solus, rather, sorry, in that situation. So these big moments, and it comes down to controlling them. You mentioned Shaiko is currently winning that. We put him in a head-to-head versus Stompen at the beginning of this game. Well, we can catch up with how they're doing as of right now inside this matchup when it comes to their stats. And it's just, it's very clear that Shaiko was winning this.
It's almost the same as the head-to-head that we put up at the start. Shaiko was more dominant in the EPS, more dominant in the KD, you know, higher cost. But Stompen does have that clutch factor, and he showed us that in the game.
Yeah, but I'm not sure one single clutch will balance the fact that Shaiko almost has double the amount of kills for the same amount of death. I will say this.
I will say it's different roles. We did caveat it's different roles.
But I will say one thing. You mentioned that you thought that G2 had the best individual in each role. I think that Falcons are actually proving the opposite. I think they're proving that every single player at every single role right now is doing better. Brede with the clutches compared to Blaz. Shaiko as a fragger compared to anyone else on the side of G2. I think we're seeing a Falcons that's dominant right now. However, I will say this, and the caveat is, this was Falcons map pick. Now they're going on to G2 map pick. It's going to be a different story.
Yourself?
I'm being beaten up with my own words from young Leo here. You're twisting my words into something else. No, he's absolutely right. I think, you know, the way that Falcons are playing, it's hard to argue with that. It was on their map pick. It's now a map that they've beaten G2 on twice. And, you know, they satisfied my challenge when I said, why didn't they pick Clubhouse? They picked Skyscraper and they still won it.
Yeah, it was a big point they were proving in that situation there. But our next map, as you already mentioned, we're going to Lair now. How is that looking for the side of G2 going into Lair?
Well, I don't know, guys, if you agree with me, but as we started EML Stage 1, and I want to take you back on a journey, you remember Lair being introduced to that map V2? All the way back, that feels like ages ago. That was only a couple months ago. But Lair was introduced to the map V2. And I was thinking EML was so strong. And G2 especially was the main stakeholder of that. I felt like there was one of the most advanced team in terms of meta on that map. I think they set the trend on Lair. And I think that Falcons followed. Looking at these two, I'm looking at two of the best Lair teams in the world. But G2, I think they were winning that era. And in fact, last time they played each other, they won 8-7. But it was so close, Jack.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that assessment. Both of these teams are incredible at Lair. Like, just because this is G2's map pick doesn't mean that Falcons can't win on it. I think it's much more evenly matched. Honestly, similar to Skyscraper. That was a very close match as well. These two teams are very closely matched. I think back to the IGL Summit that we did, where they were speaking about a basement strat on Lair and how they would set it up. And there was a bit of fun poked by Alamo at Leakyfac about, oh, well, you've got Shaiko who just peeks up the vert. Your strategy's not that good, but you've got Shaiko. So maybe we'll see that on the basement when we get to it.
Yeah, what else would we like to see on this map going into Lair?
I was actually thinking, you know, if I'm in Ramalio's shoes and I'm trying to coach G2, what do I say? Because honestly, it's tough because I don't think that strategically they're that far behind Falcons. I think that Falcons are just winning the big moment, those big 1v2, clutch from Brede, some incredible multi-kills from Shaiko. It's tough to kind of predict that. I think the one thing that they could problem solve was probably just change the attack a little bit. Right now they were predictable, and I think that Falcons is so strong fundamentally in every aspect of the game that the only way you can really beat them is to be unpredictable. Maybe change the pace a little bit.
And then I was about to say, how do you change that? Well, you change the pace, you change the operators or you change the structure. Do you play default and kind of slow, methodical, but really risk-averse? Or do you play fast, really risky? Change that between rounds, keep them guessing, change up your operators, use the shields, you know, for example. And I think that's going to be G2's best thing, is pulling everything that they've got in terms of the diversity of their play all into one half of Siege, or, you know, two halves of Siege, I guess, because you do it on your attack as well, but particularly on their attack. Change that up and change the pace, and I think that will be the level of a G2.
And just one last thing. You're back against the wall, yes, but you don't have that much to lose, right? What is G2's biggest strength? Their gunplay. I think in that aspect, play completely relaxed, play loose. Falcons, they've got the pressure, they're the favorite. At this moment, G2 are not expected to win. So they should abuse that to win the gunfights, the one that matters.
Right, that's definitely going to be a question. I mean, we see the final handshakes, we see the final bites, the final sips of drinks for the players to regenerate their energy going into this map here. But as we can see, the game isn't ready just yet. So we're looking into this one a little bit deeper and talking about Lair as a map as well. We see this one a lot inside of EML. We see these teams play against each other a lot. You say, you know, kind of predict or change up the pace a little bit. That's going to be a bit of a throw-off, I assume, then.
Yeah, it's super dynamic, right, Jack? Like, as an IGL, you can call almost everything on that map. You can call a rush. You can call multiple pressure points at the same time. I think, like, lovely looking at the two IGL on that one.
Yeah, I've actually really ended up enjoying Lair as a map. I think, you know, you think about the top floor, there's multiple ways of attacking it. The middle floor, the bunk site, where you see in the sense executes, and do you attack the top floor, do you go direct for site? It's so variable that the IGLs are going to have a massive impact.
Well, the pressure is on the shoulders of G2 to bounce back in this grand final, but the map is ready, so Flick and Demo, take it away.
Welcome back, everybody, here for the second of our showdown. And here for G2's attempt to try to get to a third map. Falcons, they found a pretty happy nest, all bunkered up at the top of the skyscraper, but when they're brought back down to the realities of the lair, will this be somewhere where G2's evil plan will come together? Mwahahaha, Demo.
Well, this is the third time that both of these sides are playing Lair against each other. Falcons won it the first time round, and then G2 were able to win it the second time at the Major. It didn't go on to win the series, but still they won the map, so it is split, one map apiece on Lair. In terms of who this favors, I mean, Falcons, with the performance that they just put on in Skyscraper, you'd have to say the momentum's with them.
Oh, I mean, I think in general, off the back of yesterday, the momentum's probably with them, right? The energy that they've hit Malta with has been, it's been solid, it's been fun, which is a word that is often cited and thrown around as something that once upon a time these players were missing, and they've found it and built it, and they've, by the words of our analysts and the conversations they've been able to have with the players there at the event, they're trying new things, right? They're trying different strategies for IGLing. They're using this as both a very, you know, nice, intense testing ground, but also a chance for proof of the pudding, right? And that is all the build up towards February. Let's never forget and never glance away from the sheer fact that the writing on the wall is, well, SI and SI and SI in a final, and maybe lifting the hammer in front of Paris. We can't think about that right now. we can't. Not yet.
I think I remember somebody had put in chat whenever we were watching the grand final, and people were saying, oh, Jaiko's going to throw this to make the SI hammer lift so much sweeter. I'm like, I guarantee he's not thinking that. I promise you now. He's not thinking that.
I think
it is a point. It is a point, though. It will make, if they do, right, look, SI, yes, we're skipping ahead a few months, but still, yeah, would be fantastic for them. Of course it would.
I think at this point, with how everything's gone, they've started looking at ultimate therapy to get there, and Solotov shooting Doki. As I said before. Go on, you have your complaints about Doki, and then
look at the operator that he is.
Yeah.
This is the top floor. We've mentioned before, the Chanka and Smoke are a nuisance to deal with, because you have to take so long to set things up, do your breaching, take parts of the map. By the time you're ready for the execute, you maybe have a minute left. Smoke and the Tachanka will stall that round out indefinitely. And we've just lost to the Tachanka. So all of a sudden, Falcons have so much more time now than what they originally would.
Get clear! Well, at this point, trying to find their way in, as I was going to say, Solotov was a bit slow to start in the previous map, but thank you for bringing me back around to my point there, buddy.
He's laughing while he's killing people, by the way. He is a psycho.
Yeah. No, Shaiko is the other guy. They're going to see if they can try and take the control of Mez. Force their pressure on towards the display side. I'm not even going to give you a chance to tell me that was bad. There's the swing round, pixel angles, and a dangerous dance that Solotov gets his third. And as I said, again, slow to start in the first map, but by gum has he picked up the pace. Uses his longtime teammate, gets the fourth, and Alamau gets out of there. Buddy, you're being droned, you're being pressured. Go, go, go! Nino! They're coming and get you. They're just chasing him.
He dropped the diffuser as well, look. They just want to play for the kill. Oh, that's fantastic.
They chased him halfway across the map. They could have planted a long time ago.
They're not planting, by the way. They want to try and kill him.
Yeah. Fully. They're refusing to let this round end on terms where Alamau is alive. And okay, I think 30 seconds was the marker of okay, guys.
Oh, you just got benched.
No.
We're winning on time. Oh, what a comical round to start with.
Someone, socials team. This is me to you directly. Benny Hill music. Throw it on.
They're very juvenile, aren't they? This Falcons team today.
They're having such a good time. It's infectious, right? It's the energy that you can tell, and you can see that there's obviously, you know, as we know from the interviews, we know from what they've said on socials, the G2 boys, they're a little bit under the weather. They're a little bit sick right now. But it shows how much a sort of PMA can do for you. A positive mental attitude.
Look, that round for G2, I think it comes down to a chain reaction. Yeah, and it does start with Doki. You look at the lineup that G2 had brought in, it was based around, we're playing for plant denial. Whenever you lose that Tachanka right from the rip, which obviously is the biggest mistake, I felt as though that everyone then from G2 were desperate to try and get that kill back, even up the man count. But whenever that happens, and if you don't win that next engagement, then it becomes a 5v3. And then someone else will think, oh, well, I'm going to have to go get the kill. And then it's the 5v2, and so on and so forth. And it just completely explodes. All of the back of one person dying, and everyone desperate to try and get a kill back.
Well, with that strong start, let's see if Falcons mean as they do to continue. Now, obviously, these two teams, as they have at pretty much every single map that exists in this game, they have met on Lair before. The most recent time was at the Major in Munich, which was the series that sent G2 down to the lower bracket and their eventual dismissal by wildcard. Now, Lair was the one map that G2 were able to pull away from their opponents in that showdown, but it did go all the way, 8-7. And it sort of came out as even halves before. So Falcons, you know, if they're able to get themselves in with a little bit more, who knows where they can go. It's been wins and losses traded as well, because they also met on this map a couple of months ago inside the league itself. And as Alamau gets the head of Solotov and Eustace gets to trade back, I kind of get why the last two showdowns on this map these two teams have had has been a 7-8 and an 8-7. They are just matching each other's meter.
Good pick again. Down goes another operator he would want to have in the later stages of the round. The smoke gone. Just buys a little bit more time now for Falcons. And they are dealing with this mid floor, and typically teams will try and pressure the defenders who will try and hold on to that top floor and play the verticality. Obviously, that sense is the operator we need to look at. You know, watch out where Bride's going to go with the sense. Has the diffuser in hand. He's going to be the guy going for the plant. Just depends if Falcons can set themselves up in a position where he's safe to do so. And it all comes down to this art window a lot of the time. This is the area of the map that we see pressured the most whenever it comes to denying that R6 room. So let's just hope that they have a stable control on it before Brede gets any ideas.
Just hopping in, clearing the barbs, getting themselves some idea on when they can try and make their entrance a bit sneakier, but there was nobody to immediately contest, and instead they rotate round. You said Brede, that is the man to watch. Uses the DMR to open up that angle, so EFAC can keep watching it just in case. They're able to at least find Doki on the back of it as well. Now they have the man advantage.
Oh no.
Oh, and they're inside. They've just flooded your way through. Loira sees them scuttling about, but too late to actually have the impact. They're fishing with holes that weren't pre-opened, and I think that's been something that's been read by Falcons. They said, look, they've not prepped for us in this position. Let's just go, 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 go. There's 2 back for Blaz. Hits the heavy hammer of that rifle until it stops whirring. Users gets caught trying to flank his way back up, and now it's just the sole player can't get the angle. Loira has the watch on the door. And thanks to the work of Blaz, I think that one is pulled back in towards G2's favor.
Yeah, massive, massive double kill. Probably around that G2 should have lost. Yeah, in that position that Falcons were in, the way that they assessed the threats, Doki gives himself up in the middle of the bomb site. And the thing is, with the way that that bomb site's always structured, there will be a heavy, heavy hold upstairs, which there was, and then typically one player in the bomb site. Now, the issue that happened for G2 is Doki died in the bomb site, and as soon as he's gone, Falcons know it's time to move. It's time to just run in. Nobody's in the site to stop us. A little bit surprised that Falcons, lose it from that position, but all credit to GT, all credit to Blaz. Moments like Jack was mentioning in a game of this magnitude with 2 fantastic teams, it is going to come down to the nitty-gritty of who can just perform in the ways that we don't expect.
Attackers have discovered the location
One
of a bomb.
apiece. And, there is a part of me that throws my mind back towards, obviously, Skyscraper, where it started with some decent trading early on. Obviously, those big clutches, big moments, a growth into the game that then ended up ramping when we got to the latter half. And I guess there could always be the chance of that as a story, right? We have to start looking at how these rounds get pieced together. Is it lessons being learned? There was good opportunity there from Falcons, and the opportunity got them so far, but reactivity from G2 and that double kill, as we both sort of pointed out and heralded, was the reason that the King lost their crown. Here, at this point though, going in, growing in, and going back up towards the site where things very much fell away from, well, the start of Solotov, getting 1, getting 2, and then just getting this ops control. You can see EFAC's going to work the Deimos underneath. Try and play against all of the soft. First of all, if he can get a nice route through, it's a decent position. There is somebody not a million miles away, down towards the reception area, but now they have the ping on towards Stompin. And Stompin knows they have that watch, so he goes deeper, doubles down, says, look, I'm around here. Come and find me. Gets himself closer towards green as the fight is very aggressive right up against the door of Ops, but oh, it's Shaiko that suffers. Time to reload, time to get almost a second. There's pressure on the windows, and at this point, EFAC, instead of going for the hunt underneath, just tries to hurtle up the stairs with the barbed wire, and the pain it caused gave that game away. A crossfight, though, inside display, outside display. The only bit of painted art is your blood on the canvas, and there's Doki getting himself a second. The Blackbeard right up against the door, finally gets revenge, but in a 1 versus 3, a smoke canister just got thrown over, I think. Look at all of them.
Yeah, again, the call was made. Let's just play aggressive, guys. Let's try and deny them any resemblance of setting up for an attack. You've seen Doki look at the position he was in. It's aggressive. It is risky. It's certainly a position where he loses that engagement with the Shaiko. You're thinking, oh, what's he doing? It's one of those. But the coin has flipped. It's landed on heads for him. And he gets the headshot on the Shaiko. And then at that point, Falcons were chasing the game. EFAC tried to make a desperate play, got shut down, and the trades were good, and then just overwhelmed the Blackbeard, not giving him any chance.
I think I'm not going to use on defense, so just going to attack. I feel like we are playing much better than mid and late round. I feel like just early round, we have to have better decision and play
I guess.
better. For example, this round, they were engaged, we didn't clear the guy properly. The other round, green push, we died, so I feel like just for the first step,
surprisingly use the timeout, because I don't think they've looked necessarily
really properly, no gaps.
The timeout.
And then after that,
maybe it's just something that
guys
he
can
sees
do whatever
that,
you want, because I feel like we are definitely better than them. You just like take map control.
It's more of a thing that maybe we don't.
And then after that, we can
it's more of an internal thing. Maybe it's to do with comms.
We have a lot of good operators open, like we have Doku being out the ship, so
we don't have to
can play like this, okay? Just
there it is.
Okay. Yeah, we have everything for mid elite rounds. Just early step.
Well, apologies. We could not hear it in our ears, but you could all hear it at home. So I shouldn't have propped Demo up to speak over it. I'm so sorry, gang. Demo's like the same as Julio, right? Right, Twitch chat?
It's just, he may have a hammer. I've got a hammer too. It's in the garage.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. So you get Ollie. He'll show up. I got to play technically alongside Julio for a round and a half in a show match in Manchester, I think it was. Was highlight of my life, you know? Me, as I am a winners, one of the most sort of currently successful coaches in the game, the record of the team.
Siege MVP, and that's the highlight. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you know, well, it's up there.
Yeah.
I asked him to be in the video. Do you know what? There's a very quick story. When I found out I first got the award, I was very happy for it. And they were like talking about how do you shoot the video. I wanted to do a shot-for-shot remake of Milosh's, but I'm just in all of the shots.
What I loved as well, did you not send your video? It's like, oh, I'm from Leeds, and I felt sick. I think whenever you said that, I just felt my stomach churning inside me.
Leeds, born in London. But hey, look, putting Yorkshire on the map. There's a narrow fight that. Oh, goodbye. Will he get a second? He's looking for a.
That's begging
C4, but yeah, goodbye, Grim.
Death mark on the way.
Well, G2 just keeping up the pressure, and yeah, I like it. I think disrupt Falcons at every turn that you can. Alamau, obviously gonna just get pinched out. Goes down, but still a 1-for-1 trade, not bad. And the Grim, great operator to take out. It's one operator the Falcons would have loved to flood through and use the bees to spot out the opponents. Another track as well. We'll find Laura, who's actually lurking downstairs. I wonder if the game plan here from Falcons is it to disrupt these roamers rather than a more direct approach.
Well, as a shield makes a friend! Oh no, bad friend! Gets the drop and Brede bullied and knocked off. Blaz, how many moments can he have on this map so far? It's a 3 versus 3. They've at least kept it balanced. But if you're talking about, again, the importance of people being removed, you're now left only with those calls, those tracks. And, well, there's one punished. Flickyfact got himself prepped up on the steps, caught the end of Blaz. And now they are circling the site. Users swings the revolver, and you're getting a taste of, I guess, why you don't really see this site too often. Very quick as their way across. And now with the post plant, Loira in a 1 versus 3, but they could rotate vertically. They can watch it from a bit of a stretch. There's a lot of places for those to get stuck in. They're happy with just lateral.
Yeah, it's the issue with the bottom side. I just think it's very open. You have a lot of soft walls that you cannot afford to reinforce because then you give too much of the map away to the attackers. So you have to play them open, and if you play them open, those long angles can just cut you to ribbons if you're not ready for them, and that's kind of what's happened to them. You know, a great opening, of course, from Alamau, but I mean, that should have been the kill as well, don't get me wrong. It was the double, it's the double, isn't it? It's the double backstab. I mean, a classic EFAC maneuver. Go to the same place your teammate had died beforehand, you know, they won't expect that. But yeah, the site choice, a little bit strange, is why we don't see it. Very difficult.
I think I will have a quick scan in a second, but surely it's one of the, if not the least played site of our comp pool.
That could be the first time that me and you have cast it. I haven't. I'm guessing you haven't.
I haven't cast it. I'm trying to think overall.
I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it anywhere else. Maybe once. Maybe APAC. Maybe APAC would dare to tango. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, G2 is a team that often does like to go to strange sites. And it's not even just paramount to the org or these players themselves, but I also, when I think back towards some other off the beaten path sites, like, say, another comparable one, which would be Bar on Club, it was an ex-Na'Vi roster where Doki was once upon a time a piece of that would play those sites and would bring those sites in, and the game that was developed by Nafe as the IGL at the time, and it's always been sort of historic of them to try interesting options to see if they can make it an option, but sometimes there's a reason facts exist. Easy breach on towards the wall, and they can get their eyes through. They've not got themselves the play of the sense this time. I'm wondering if instead of just trying to Hail Mary the plant and hope they can get things together, they instead look towards slowing things down. They've got a couple of bodies doing some drone work above. Might just get some close down here. Solotov, the Nomad, wrap around them, pull a couple of bodies if you can, and then see if you can try and structure it from there.
And I think the idea is just to move into that direct fashion. Probably going to use Shaiko on the Capitao to try and smoke off some of the vertical holes, but he's not really in a good position. And there we go again. Doki in the site, gets taken down, and then we're just going to see that flood in once more, I imagine, from Falcons, because they know it's open for them. As long as they can keep the players above at bay, this is on.
Well, that's it. They've got that first body. They've got themselves in towards green. They can eye up the chance of getting that wall open, getting their eyes on towards, and then they have the smokes. They have everything they want to go for the plant cover on the side of Capitao. Shaiko is in some way that median player, that average of how the round can drive itself further forward. And as Solotov is threading a needle, Shaiko is threading Loira. Putting pressure back in. They're stomping, at least getting one, and Blaz sweeps up, and I said he could be a big part of it, but now Bride amongst the bees, trying to find himself a safe place to put it together with the cover coming through of Usus. There is two players above, one on the hatch, but they didn't quite get the awareness. Solotov does win out against Alamar though, and that could be a massive kill because now it frees up Solotov, but as Stompin gets one inside the site, does he know about the fight behind him? Stompin is in the meantime stomping all over them, but now it's a 1 versus 1 again for the Wonder Kid. He's gonna just pull off at the last second, and he can't connect. Solotov finds the tail end of this 1 versus 1.
Oh, big round again. Could have went either which way, but does land in the hands of Falcons, and I think Falcons probably deserving of that round win nonetheless. Again, the structure was there. We've seen it was going to be direct. Doki, I feel as though he's getting caught out a lot this game. You know, a lot of kills that just shouldn't be happening. You think about the Zachanka in the first round. Obviously, that's the second time now where he's died as the kind of lone player inside of the bomb site. But, I mean, look, Stompin's one heck of a player as well. Like, almost, but it can only get you so far sometimes. You know, having to clutch up time and time again. Sometimes it's not fair on him. He shouldn't have to do it all the time.
Listen, you know, when you have a kid when you have the child prodigy, throw him in.
Bomb located by attackers.
I had a quick scan through as well, whilst we were talking there, so just see how far away. On the statistics of EML, club, bar stage, and one other site had less playtime. Oh, two other sites, sorry. Can you guess what those two are?
Don't tell me it's... No, it wouldn't be Border Customs. I don't think it'd be Border Customs. Wouldn't be Cafe. Wouldn't be Labs and Kitchen.
Is it least played, by the way?
Skyscraper Bedroom?
Skyscraper Bedroom is one of them, and the other one was Border Customs. Wasn't played at all throughout EML.
Really?
There you go.
I think we seen it at the major, though. I think we did.
Yeah, probably.
I think we've seen it at the major, but yeah, I think Skyscraper was.
We did.
Yeah,
we saw it 4
obvious.
times at the major.
Yeah, there we go. That's maybe what I was getting confused at.
Swapping mags. Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you. Just wanted to fact check. Anyway.
Confused me.
3-2. Falcons. Stars. Here's the question: have they done enough on their attacks here? Because they've used their timeout. So what is enough, right? You said it at the time. Is it the right time for a timeout? There's always that element that we don't hear from the side of the Gamescom, whether it was just like Julio trying to rally the team, get them back round onto a mental, or just be like, oh no, we need to try and get this to the 4-2. Like 4-2 is our win con. And that's that hard sort of divide here when you get into the meat of it, because you can talk about percentages and possibilities all you like, but those do tweak, those do change when you're up against certain opponents. G2 did kind of find struggles on their attack on the other split a bit. This feels, as a strange way of putting it, the most regular approach. Stomping. It was the closing kill of the past round. It's the opener of this. And now they have a sight line to a breach. And as I was just saying, this feels like the most traditional approach so far.
I would argue, though, this is probably where G2 want them to be. Doki's alive with the Janka, so we will see value, hopefully, out of that operator. And you have Alamau as well with the smokes. So this is going to be difficult still for Falcons to try and break through. So they need to see if they can try and find a kill somewhere else to try and alleviate some of that pressure and really make the Chanka know that he has to play gun up. He just cannot play with his launcher in his hand. Loira takes the upper hand and just goes for the swing. That works out for them. And oh no, a player in Skybridge, Solotov getting pestered. Oh no, Alamau has the chance with begging. Oh, Solotov finds him.
Oh, the Chanka's falling short as well, but they get the cover. Oh no, he's trying to cook them all and he's doing just enough to stop it, but they just smash through. Doki's down, Blaz, the only one standing, but not for long. They asked, do they want the 4-2? They answered pretty loudly, yep. And at this point, all smiles from the coach as they sort of hurtle towards the second half of this map. They are very good at Lair. They enjoy it quite a lot. And they are now, what, 3 rounds away from crowning themselves pretty handily the top team this weekend at this playoffs, and then the top team of EML over the entirety of the year. G2, I started this off, perennial rivals. And the rivalry just seemingly won't end.
And it's looking good for them. 4-2 half. Now onto the defense, and look, G2, we've seen, some of the attacks earlier in Skyscraper. It didn't look all that convincing. You can lose a round and still play good Siege. They lost all the rounds in Skyscraper, and it wasn't really good to begin with. Nothing really got going for them. So you just hope that it's going to change. For Falcons, obviously, the momentum has been with them all day. The confidence is there. They've been laughing. They've been smiling. The vibes have been immaculate from the Falcons side. And sometimes that's enough. It's those vibes that hit at the right moment, and you just feel as though nothing's going to stop you. Nothing's going to drag you down.
So let's see if they can be stopped. As I said it before, on Skyscraper, they found their rhythm pretty handily on the second half. It felt a bit back and forth in the beginning, and G2, a lot of that was them being mobile on their defense, but as soon as they got to having to attack it, as soon as they got to having to be the ones to deploy an active structure, right? A developing structure against what was put ahead of them, they just couldn't. I agree, Alamau, shaking my head. They just couldn't. No.
Big Schwink can hear you.
For all those outside, they can't. Sometimes these things fated. But you look at the lineup here, you look at the side of what they're bringing. Loira on the Deimos in an immediate fight. I was going to say Alamau might offer more on the Ash, but no. Damn.
The mental warfare that Shaiko has unleashed on G2 today, it is, wow. I mean, what can you say? We haven't seen somebody type like that in a good long while, but it is working really well for Shaiko, just getting into the heads of G2. And just at the moment, nothing's happening, again on the side of the attackers. It's just not happening for them. They really need to try and pull together here and try and break down this defense, which is a tough defense. You look at the lineup, you've got Amiri you have to get through first of all, then you have the Izami, and then on top of that, you've got the Goyo and the Tachanka. You've got the Flames, which are obviously going to stop any idea of a plant happening. So there is so much that G2 need to work from, and the fact that they lose somebody right off the rip, especially with the utility that you would have loved to have had to disable his mirror windows, yeah, not a great shape.
Ducky took a lot of damage trying to clear their way up there, and same time Blaz was at least able to pick up the kill. See, there's a nice pinch on towards Usus. But here, the safety that they've built themselves, the 2 keepers underneath each mirror window, so the Deimos, can shoot through them. It's not impossible, but it means that they can't just be immediately got. There's the pressure, there's the catch. Beautiful pinch. Ooh, but then the swing out. EFAC gets gets revenge for being swung exactly the same way on that door. Now goes behind this little safety spot, but as he said, there's still the mirrors to get through, and they can't even get close. Stompin can't get the X-Kairos off. They need the Deimos to now track this player and force them out, but the Deimos with 50 seconds left instead has to set themselves up. You can see Blaz on the far side of Art. They're trying to be the backstop, but at this point, the 3 players, 3 separate pushes, seemingly one same result. Falcons win out the 2 first 1v1 engagements and leave Stompin alone. Not for long. They take their first defense.
Sorry, Wolves here. Look, right from the rip, whenever you lose the Ash, you lose the Operator, who would have been great to deal with those mirror windows. It's always going to be an uphill battle. You know, even using a breaching round on, even like the Kiva barriers would have been fantastic to have. There was no real intent of doing the basics things right there from G2. There was no intent of setting up and opening walls. They all just tried to find their own gunfight and win it. And that may work against lesser teams, not against Falcons. That is not going to slide. You know, as much as what we praise about Falcons and, you know, some of the strategies that they have, one thing that we've always made clear about this Falcons team is after the countless times that, yes, they had a rough year, they had a rough major, where again, it's that runner-up syndrome. But I know, certainly speaking from a talent perspective and the way we talk about you know, the way we talk about Falcons, never once have anyone said they need a change, because how do you possibly change this team?
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're the 5 best players that you have inside of you. That's how the team came together in the first place. Any change that you make, at best, it'll be a side grade. It doesn't really change the dynamic.
Yeah, it's almost that tough thing, right? It's touch everything, turn to gold. On paper, brilliant. All right. In practice, it's not quite coming together.
Touch everything toward the silver medal. That's what it is.
That's the sad element, right? That's what I was going to say, because then you get to that point and it happens once, twice, 3 times. Then you suddenly find yourself in the situation of,
if not now, then when?
We can't change anything. So what's wrong? Are we just perpetually going to be the bridesmaids? Are we perpetually going to be the runners-up?
Look, I think they'll get it at some point. I think they will.
Yeah, they have to.
Come.
But people said the same about Liquid with Palu and Nest. People said the same about...
That may be true, yeah.
Loira gets Shaiko. Shaiko's gone. At this point, they've been able to do a great bit of pressure onto the opening there of Licky Fact. They just forced him back further and further through the fire and the flames. He took the damage, because otherwise he would have taken, well, probably a death. Does give G2 a little bit of space to work with. You've still got Solotov above as well. Blaz is droning them out, trying to find the rest of the hunt on them. They do have a bit of support structure. It depends how much he wants to overstay the welcome, as they're trying to lure them back in towards the site. They're saying, look, we're putting pressure on the site, you two. You've got to come back into our waiting guns. And in the meantime, Blaz is going to focus his way down. Just get close towards a fight. Now remember how hurt Licky Fact already is. It won't take a lot to be the end of him. But instead, he's prepped up with a shotgun, hoping he can get the catch. But Alamau, in the meantime, catches the first. There's the play against the smoke. And, oh,
wow.
Perfect bit of motion. Gets one back, but Alamau and Stompin clean up the rest of the site. Now it's just... Licky Fact does find the first of the 4 and the second.
Whoa.
Get himself 3 for the round, but that is all they can.
Oh, a little bit touch and go there. Still, G2. Never in doubt. Nice and steady, controlled game. I think being able to force players back into the bomb site and then just going for a pretty traditional execute, having that little bit of element there in the backstab, drag people away into different positions. And yeah, fairly simple for G2 to clean it up from there. So still Falcons, look, still a healthy lead by, you know, no stretch of the imagination, still 2 rounds. It's fine for them at the moment. That's the basement, which is G2. They actually never went to the basement, which I found quite surprising, but Falcons, they've attempted it, and it's a loss straight away, so maybe G2 knew something that we didn't. But then again, G2 did go to, you know, the armory site, which, why have we done that then?
I think it's the element of the team, right? They want to shake things. They want to see what can happen. They want to try and upset what is solid approaches. And it does make a bit of sense depending on the team you're up against. If you're up against a team that loves to run rehearsed, it loves to run, this is our step-by-step process, think of your VPs, think of your, those traditional approach teams, going to a site they don't play a lot, if you're confident in your gun skills and your adaptability, perfect recipe for success. Not a consistently perfect recipe, because there are always, obviously flaws in certain sites. There's a reason we get defaults. But against a team how Falcons are playing, when they can be as malleable as they've been, they're Play-Doh. They're changing. They're different shapes every single turn, every single corner. And they can do just the walking in and killing people in the site, as they've demonstrated multiple times throughout the showdown. So that's when the risk becomes a little bit less of a payoff. Doki, up in a position we've already seen a shield die from before today. But outside of the Fenrir mine, there's nothing immediately stopping him. He's just going to get a bit of an eye on it so they can try and get some support elsewhere. Wants to read themselves on towards top green.
I hate Doki and shields. I'll say it now. I hate the fact he's playing as operator, because it's not him. He does not play shields. He doesn't. And he may sit there and say, oh, I can play it. No, Jack, we know you're good at a few things, and this ain't one of them. Look, obviously, I think shoehorning the Monty in, it's going to try and give them that little bit of stability that obviously they're struggling with now. It's getting a foothold into the building, stopping the aggressive swings that Falcons are trying to, put onto them. Just blatant information here onto the flanking Solus, and Solotov at this stage, surely, mate, you should know that they know that you're there. Moira able to pick up Brid before Uses is there with the trade. Alamai will one and stomping, just jiggle peaks. Solotov out of there. And Efak and Shaiko now in a 2v4.
A 2v4 with the Monty pinging the direction, drops the shield, goes for the fight, just sort of baits it. You can see one of them's headed off because they know if we sit in here, we're going to get caught. Blaz goes for the drop, still gets caught. Now they're in a 1 versus 1 and they drop that as well. Shaiko gets 2, stomping. Gets the last, but this rotate. Oh, they just found out about it. Reloads a gun with not many bullets. And there's the wait, but Stompin saves the round. How many times do we say that?
Oh, very close again. Should have been an easier lockout, but like I said, don't get in the shields. I don't like it. Just get it away from me, please. And EC's laughing to himself as well because he knows he messed up. And yeah, here we go. G2, only 1 round away. Falcons, though, they will be able to go back in towards that top floor. And look, they had a very easy time up here. G2 didn't get the attack rolling whatsoever. That attack was as useful as a chocolate teapot from all accounts.
Very hard to play for us.
They really need to change their dynamic in terms of what they want to do.
We have 2 options here for the top floor. I think we can do the Falcons with Lora using the Ing, Zach using the glass, Cal using a shield, like Doki just going below alone with the Blitz, with the Demos, and Blaz playing the Arc window straight on with the Blackbeard, okay, Blaz? So like you have these options to abuse these operators. You have also the other option, if you see like Astro is still easy, we can do Astro, but I need you, Zach, you need to do the trick with the Hibana, and someone else like play the soft for the wall. Okay, so like we play like
I have that on understand.
So okay, so like let's do this. Okay, you know, right? Zach, do the trick. Okay, right.
To be honest, no.
Then talk who can do this. Okay, maybe it can be Blaz. Okay, whatever. Like it's good for the Astro, for the Falcons Demos. Okay.
Or Kara, you know how to do it. I can.
Okay, so we hear a lot of different timeouts. That was structure. That was this is the
scrapbook.
That was the scrapbook. That was you do this on this operator. You do this on this operator. If they do this, then you do this on this operator. I do like how I was like, Stumpin, you do the Hibana trick.
I don't know how to do that. I heard
well, Jacob was like, what do I play? What do I play? And Stumpin's like, you can play Hibana.
Well, I think like, the first point he made and the last point that he made was play the Demos below. Yeah, so that is the main thing that he got across was utilize the Demos and send him downstairs and disrupt these players of Falcons. They also mentioned as well about the Blackbeard coming in, and we can see Blaz has switched on to said operator, and also Alama on the Blitz, so double shields. I mean, they've added in a lot of things here to this attack. It's obviously gonna be a quick kind of push based on the Glaz and the Blitz, you know, that combination of operators. They still got a little bit of hard breach lawyer with the 10 openers, but again, not a massive amount where you're going to be able to do multiple different sides. They are just going to pick what they want to take, and that is it. But I think a lot of it does rely on what Doki can do downstairs. If he gets picked off, that timeout just kind of goes begging at that stage.
Now, this was obviously the site that Falcons were able to pull together before. It's, to be fair, a pretty strong hold from them throughout this. They got it on one of their attacks, or two of their attacks even, 3 times. But here, if it is pulled away, if G2 can tie themselves level on what was the safe pick, probably why the timeout was called, to say, look, you know, they'll have a chance to talk as well, and they'll be able to reset their own momentum. But if we take this one site, and we plan for this one site, that's not going to help. Then we can probably just push this one over the edge. You can see Doki underneath, as you said, the Deimos, but the fact that the Bandit is just able to trick in the meantime, you're wondering if they're just trying to draw the attention. They're looking and hoping for pings and pulls, and it's going to be the grenade over the top as they go for the breach at the same second. But at the same point, there's nothing that's really forced the play. They're not under immediate pressure right now. It's all still structural, all still procedural. Bride goes to the one safe spot where he might not get got from the multitude of different angles, but as Alamal is just trying to tuck in potentially with the shield, slips to the other side of the fire. He gets activated, so he's currently isolated. Oh, and he just gets swung! Solotov gets one, the C4 gets another. Stompin at least tries to find some... Yeah, both shields. Something delicious inside the middle. Ah, it was a risk. It was a risk that has not paid off. And now, what is the approach, Demo?
It's a tough one. I think Doki probably needs to find a pick somewhere with this track. I think the idea was to track the Tachanka to push him away out of the bomb site, so therefore he couldn't use his launcher to deny access to green. And once he was gone, then yes, the blitz could start flooding through, but that Goyo traps him. Great little heads-up play that has to be said from Solotov to take that initiative, know he's trapped, get that easy pick. So, still, it's not a horrible position here from G2, but they need to find the kills.
Well, as Doki falls away and more damage is done to the Loira from 2 more C4s, it's Usus that's the final bullet-shaped nail in the coffin. And a Glaz that can't get any further. Falcons, they double down on the site that they could make stick. And it comes back to that question I asked there of G2 before. They took the timeout when they did to try to push that round to a brink. And since then, it hasn't worked. So, obviously, as I said, Falcons, they got a chance to talk. Was their conversation a bigger problem? Was theirs towards this round? Was theirs the idea of how they could stop what G2 were able to get done on the off sites, or the second and the third sites? Can Falcons now just push this one to the end? Frustration at little mistakes. They'll get you regardless of the tier of the game.
I actually feel as though this is a difficult situation now for Falcons. Because yes, the top floor has worked for them twice. They're going to have to win on the bomb site they haven't won on yet. I think that's the only kind of shining light that G2 have, is knowing that you're going into either the basement or the mid floor, where you've already won, and won in pretty, convincing fashion. No real issues apart from a little bit of a blunder, but still the outcome was the same. And for Falcons, they're the team who have to try and change here on these next 2 rounds, and they will go for the basement first. Now, it was a fairly standard G2 take, taking little portions upstairs, utilizing the hatch, and then kind of going for that horizontal take that we're used to a lot of the time. I do feel as though a lot of teams have kind of fell out of love with going for the kind of yellow stairs take. That doesn't really happen as much anymore. A lot of it is still going above, and yes, opening, hatches, but a lot of it's just coming in through the, garage side. But then I think you have to go for your own kind of boundaries, where you then have to fight for garage, which can be a bit of a song and dance sometimes. I mean, G2 is a great team, who I always felt were really good at defending garage. Loira is a total beast in those scenarios, but they never really showed it to us.
Ooh, do they know about the tucked player? They do now. There's some support, but the support dies almost instantly. Great thread of 2 players. The pace of the pair of them, Alamau and Doki, they knew where they wanted to be, and they had the premonition to know where somebody else might be. And now a Fuse can make friends with the floor. They're going to start clearing the utility, hopefully get some of those Goyo canisters.
Yeah,
this prime target. But outside of that, I mean, think of what they can work with now. And Solotov is going to take a risk because what else can you do, right? They know they're going to spend a minute setting up and being solid up here. They're going to spend a minute feeling a little bit safe. If you can get a kill, even better. Dart away afterwards, even better than that. Find 2. Suddenly you pull away that momentum and maybe the minute becomes malleable.
Yeah. But it does just take one flank drone and he's done. You know, they'll know he's coming, but until that happens, we don't know. Shaiko, again, this guy, he's the only person who I ever see swing the reverse angles on the vert and always end up getting a kill. Solotov, the flank has not worked. He's missed his chance against Doki. So he's gone. Now it leaves Bride and Shaiko in the 2v4. Looks like it's going to be Bride as Alamau takes care of Shaiko, and Bride falls as the final G2. They win the basement again. Falcons, they need a round win here, and it's just not coming. These second and third choice bomb sites, Demi, it's not on for them.
I think it's definitely showing the preference of the map right now, right? Compare these attacks from G2 to how they were on the first map. Skyscraper, they couldn't buy around. They kept on just finding themselves stuck against the approaches or against the defenses, really. They couldn't problem solve their way through, and it was, the flawless solid defense. In the exchange here, they just seem so much more at home. They seem confident. They're quick to take controls of the space. They seem much more aware of how Falcons like to play in towards the space itself, and we're going to double down inside the basement itself. Whether we get the same strat or something slightly different from the side of the approach. I mean, you know, they've had 2 different styles, 2 different successes. The first time was a lot of calls, some hot droning. Remember forcing the Solace back further and further in. Then it was, let's get above, let's get the ram, let's get the fuse. Let's focus on the soft instead in that manner of play.
10 seconds to go.
And now we've kind of got an amalgamation of both. The blitz going alongside the chance of the Deimos and the calls. That's going to be the pinch on towards those roamers. Then at the same time, you can get in, deploy the ram, deploy the boogie. And as you sort of said, Shaiko is the master of verticality. Shaiko has worked out how to play upside down. And training. It's like training in an Australian hyperbolic chamber, right? You just know how to work the elements. They probably don't want to sit around on the verticality too much.
No, you don't. Just open it up, put a little bit of pressure, and just hope that Shaiko isn't blue. Yeah, that's the thing you have to watch out for. That's rule number 4, VML. Don't beat Shaiko on the verts. Look, I think for Falcons, they're probably going to try and just go pedal to the metal here with the room game. And I think they're going to try and challenge G2 at every avenue that they can. I think they're going to try and have a really strong trade game. I mean, they've got 4 players upstairs. So you would expect that the trade should be there, working in pairs as best as they can. Now, Alamau with the blitz is primed and ready for his first engagement, but EFAC will just fall back after that Dokkaebi call exposes his location. And Alamau, again, great in the old shields, Alamau.
Yeah, but you don't want him to go solo, right? We've seen him suffer from the side of this before. He's slipped his way through, but it's a team kill! Oh, no! Tragedy has struck, but at least he got one of them, and he's ready and primed to drop the hatch and get out of there. Oh, we'll see if it comes back to haunt him, and he's saying it in the old chat as well. Now, Alamau, he can't overextend. If he gets too close, he gets caught, and he gets captured, and he gets careened off the kill. So at this point, pulls back a minute 10, as I said. They didn't have the 3 minutes to go for the prep. There's a close buy, and there's a bye-bye. Doki gets the swing on Solotov, and they just keep moving. There's the target. Let's go. There's the target. Let's go. Now, knocking the door of the site itself, and they don't have to worry too much about the master of the air. Shaiko was put in his place by a teammate accidentally. The 4 versus 3. Final approach on towards the site here for G2 to get themselves in towards OT. And I'm kind of curious how the pick of who's on what side is going to go based on how this has come together. Obviously, we can make estimations, but you never really know because the choice was originally Falcons to go to the side that they wanted, and it could be a preference the same of G2, or it could be, you know, going for the attack isn't always prime sort of drive. There's a catch on Alamau. Caught out. 20 seconds now, and Uh-oh, the alarms have started to blare here. They've got to try and come down onto Bear on what is left of the site. They have a single player above and a pocket of space, but they're blind. Driving in, there's one, there's two! To make 3 for the round, stomping all that is left for how much he has done through the year against this team. Not enough. Falcons, they found themselves second at stage 1, found themselves first in stage 2, and now find themselves rightfully placing the crown atop their heads as our EML champions of 2025.
Well, the fact may have did a bit of trolling in that round with the TK, buddy. Sure as hell made up for it. Yeah, fantastic from Falcons. Playing in the connector, knowing there was no hard breach because they picked off earlier. Makes it really, really simple just to hold your angles, play your trade game. But look, Emmy, they were the better team today, no doubt about it. They came in with a fantastic mindset. It was just positive energy all the way through. G2, look, they've talked about they've kind of suffered this weekend, and maybe this is just an accumulation of that.
There is obviously the many conversations that we've had, that everybody will have around how these two will be looking towards February, fine. But this is our crucible. This is our octagon. This is our place to bring to blows. And at this point, this is our team to lead it, but no further from us. Demo, let's hand it over to Anne to talk to our EML champions.
A big congratulations to Falcons. They are our champions of the EML, and therefore we get to speak to them as well. Congratulations. How are you feeling after this victory?
I'm feeling very happy because we try to play different this tournament, more chill, like League not gelling so much, and we are figuring something out, and we had a lot of fun, no pressure, and we won, so yeah, perfect for me.
Yeah, with this win, it makes it a 5-0 win streak against G2 as well. What do you think was the main key today?
Having fun. I think, like he said, he just leaked all our strat today. We just play like with our strong part, and we're having fun, and it works, so it's good.
All right, and then speaking of the future as well, of course, SI is coming up. What's the preparation going to look like? It's in your home country. It's quite big for all of you guys. What are we looking to do to prepare for SI?
I mean, like always, we will work hard in Scream. We have a small holiday right now for Christmas, but after work hard in Scream, and we'll do our best again. And I hope we won't lose in final this time.
All right, awesome. Is there anything you want to say to the fans as well, to thank them for the support in the whole year of EML, but even on the way towards SI as well?
I think I want to thank everyone who is here. We're going to talk to everyone who is watching us from home. I feel like we lost the major final, but we are always trying to improve and give our best, so just trust us, and thanks for the support. And in Paris, I don't even have to say that it's going to be crazy, so yeah.
All right, it should be crazy. We have a check for you guys as well to celebrate this victory. Here you go. And with that, we are going to celebrate Falcons as the EML champions of this year. Falcons are our champions, and with that, the competition inside EML comes to an end. But our biggest competition is just around the corner. We'll see you in Paris for the 6th Invitational.
Explore more thrills. Visit Malta.